Mr. Candelari's
Emails to open
email.
up.
Well, I can get on this. Have you ever tried to see that?
No.
I couldn't do it. He's fixing it.
You've got another iPad, don't you? Other than this big one, you have a personal iPad. Yeah. You get your stuff on your other iPad. You get these emails and stuff, don't you? Yeah.
I'm getting my personal stuff on that one. I can't.
Yeah. We're ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Mr. Wilkins, could you start us off? All right, well, good morning. On behalf of the Montezuma County Commissioners, we welcome you here. We're going to start off with the minutes.
Yeah.
Commissioner
Um,
Candelaria, have you had an opportunity?
I've had an opportunity to review them, and our clerk Kim found that we did not adjourn at 12:40 a.m. in the morning. It was a long day, but it wasn't quite that long, so she got that corrected. And with that correction, I'd like to move the proceedings of the Board of County Commissioners of Montezuma County for February 11th, 2020 be approved.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second to approve the proceedings of the Board of Montezuma County Commissioners for February 11th, 2020, with the additional correction on the time frame. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Next on the agenda, we have our planning department. So if they would come up, looks like we've got some Mylars.
Looks like we got 3 Mylars to sign, no. Good morning, Don and Jane.
Morning, how are you guys?
Good, how are you?
Just fine.
Good. Just roll them out and we'll come down and do it.
We've got one exemption that needs to be voted on.
Okay.
The Kuykendall exemption. So if you want to
Pull that up.
review that first.
Can you explain it to everybody?
Yeah, it's she's got roughly 42 acres over in the Mancos Valley, and no, it's I guess northwest of Mancos. Anyway, on County Road L, she's got roughly 7.55 acres that is cut off by County Road L from the rest of her property. So we're proposing an exemption for that property being cut off from the remaining of her property.
It looks like that's where the residence is at, correct?
Yeah, that's an old existing residence. She's gonna plan on building a new residence, but that's the original residence in the family from the early 1900s.
So it's split by the road.
Correct.
Well, that makes sense to, I mean, it's physically split apart by the road, so it should be,
Right.
should be separated, or could be separated anyways.
Correct.
Do you need a motion to that effect?
Yes, please.
So
Yes.
as an exemption, this doesn't go to planning, this is like in a variance also, right?
Correct.
So
It
this
comes
just
straight,
comes up.
straight to
Okay.
you guys.
Okay, well then I would move that we accept the exemption resolution tract of land located at 31348 Road L, Mancos, Colorado, consisting of 42.14 acres more or less.
Second.
Right here.
There's been a motion and a second to approve an exemption resolution for a tract of land located at 31348 Road L, Mancos, Colorado, consisting of 42.14 acres more or less. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay.
Cashier for 25.
We did a cashier's check. try to weed that out.
I guess so. Used to be a daily thing. Or weekly.
You're doing a good job. You must have signed up with a non-conforming department.
That's right.
We're cleaning out,
We're doing
We're cleaning
weeding
out-
mitigation
cleaning
ahead of
out
time.
dead wood,
Using Roundup and Smith and all of
cutting down dead trees.
Cordon. We're not messing around with Roundup.
Oh, this one. This one they just
This
signed?
one's gone.
Okay.
Gunther,
Well, it's a check and a buck.
not the bonus.
Yeah, that's a bonus.
That was your tip, huh?
Yeah. Cap our ones.
Yeah, this is the one to be signed, and then this one's the one to.
If you have any questions on that, I'm paralegal, and the town attorney for Kuykendall.
I think we had any questions on that.
And these other two are for, Cap Allen's Totten Lake PUD, but he wants 2 copies. You can retroactively decline it.
Oh, this is already, oh.
Did you put it in the wrong place?
This is, yeah, from last year.
Oh, yeah,
the
this is from
Mylar.
last year.
I wonder when I wonder when.
This is that PUD owned by Totten.
Cap Allen?
Mhm.
He's gonna
Oh,
want.
one more.
He wants one sign that he's gonna keep for reproductions and the insurance and
Yeah.
all that, so
Yeah. This one's gonna be the,
this one will be,
Make sure he pays for that
double,
oh, yeah, he's,
$1 a letter in each name.
extra. My signature is 15.
one more, Tim.
Yeah, they're getting this thing ironed out pretty good. All righty.
That's Kim's.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. I need to bring a pack of sticky notes next time. I just keep stealing all these and you don't know who's what.
I'll just give these to Kim.
Same day.
Commissioners, do you have anything else for the planning?
No, not a thing, other than truly appreciate the way they get stuff in there and get it taken care of, signed and recorded, and get people's property situations taken care of. Good job.
Commissioner Candelario?
I have none. No, thank you,
At-
guys.
At this time, we'll open up public comment. If you would like to comment to the commissioners, if you'd walk up to the podium, state your name and address.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning.
Troy Gaddis, 21145 Road P. My comments and questions this morning are regarding turn lanes on Highway 491. I think I am safe in assuming that Highway 491 has more semi-truck traffic on it than any other highway in the town.
4,000 in every 24
Amen.
hours.
So,
Amen.
with that in mind, I've been told that the county submits requests to CDOT for changes, highway changes
Mhm.
or whatever.
Mhm.
I'm curious, and I was told that there's a priority that you go by a list I was curious where County Roads N and County Roads P still on that priority, fall on that priority list for turn lanes.
So Commissioner Candelaria sits on that board, and then Commissioner Tell, so those two would be the ones who probably could answer that.
Those have been submitted. Actually, all three commissioners have seen that email. It's with CDOT right now, trying to define whether they have enough width to actually just restripe it like we did out on 160 at the church, and then I think on 33 Road we restriped.
34.
Or 34
34,
road.
they redid that. And it's nice if, we're not gonna get an A and D lane put in out there. They've just finished resurfacing 491 in the last 2 and 3 years. So our hope is that they can find, they've got plenty of shoulder width, that we can get a turn lane to the left, off to the left, a deceleration lane to make a left-hand turn off of 491 onto Road P, and Road N. I think they'll both be construed the
And
same way.
NP were both
Mhm,
requested.
NP,
So
yeah.
those requests have been put in. They're going through some changes with CDOT right now. They have one engineer retiring and another one taking over it. But I think we'll see something back within the next month or two
Okay.
to be able to tell us if there's enough, because the shoulder out there is pretty wide, to see if there's enough room to get that lane of traffic for the turning lane. So
Okay.
we are working on it. It's just a matter of
All right.
working with CDOT
Do you know where N and P fall in the priority list?
for a turning lane.
Yeah,
I do not.
don't you? Do you know of anything that is higher priority right now?
No, we got S taken care of, we got Road BB taken care of, so I'm gonna have to say, at least on our list, if you're asking on our list of what we've submitted to CDOT, those two have to be at least in the top 5, if
Okay.
not the top 2 in
Okay.
that 5. So
Okay.
it's-
They did a great job on S
Yeah.
and, excuse me, 184 last summer. I mean, those are really nice, and the new highway south of town. I was just curious, were you all involved with the 184 work, or was that totally CDOT?
I think that was totally CDOT, and I
Okay.
don't know which section you're talking about.
Well, where they turn onto 184 off of 491.
Oh, yeah.
It's nice and wide, and, I mean, it's really well done.
Sure.
And they spent a lot of time on that last
Yeah.
summer. There was a lot of work there. So,
Yeah.
and I just, I know that, and you know this too, that semi-drivers use 491 as a link between Interstate 40 and Interstate 70, and it's just amazing the amount of truck traffic on there. And I've seen some scary stuff on those turn lanes.
We have worked on that specifically for the last year with CDOT. There are a lot of identifications that have been done on 491. It's just a matter of a funding source to be able to get the passing lanes in there and everything that we've worked on, but it's all been identified.
Okay, and your submission is just once a year? Is that how that works?
We submit within the whole region. So we have a Southwest Transportation Planning Region, SWTPR, that all 5 regions meet, and that's where we put, for all 5 counties, the priority list of every county. And then CDOT has to then say, okay, what are the priority projects? And then that's how the money is then distributed.
Have you had any feedback from CDOT about the problems with these two roads?
They're aware.
They're well aware of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
Well
not-
aware of it.
It's
Okay.
nothing new. It's like every other road project in the state of Colorado, it's all about money. And
Yeah.
how big the pot is that you split it
Right.
up. And when you start splitting that pot up down here in this region down here, we get our pittance, and then we have to split it up in the 5-county region. And so
Okay.
it's there's way more projects out there on the books than are on the pavement. So
Okay.
so they're aware of it. We just keep trying to push our projects and try and get them in front of them. So
Okay, all right, well, thank you.
If we,
Yep.
if we had our way, it would be 4-lane through Montezuma County,
Yeah.
because it's
Yeah.
already 4-lane to Shiprock, and then that just funnels them in.
Yeah.
It's one of the dangerous highways we have.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
We do work diligently at it, though.
we try.
But
We
we're in a room of 5 regions, and we're all bashing our heads
Okay, thank you.
because we all have projects.
Somebody else like to come up and speak?
morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I'm Renee King, and I live out on 25337 Road T.5, Dolores. We had an incident out on our property on the roadway in front of our house last Wednesday. And I come home from work, and I was in my house, and I hear this machinery going off, and I look out there, and we got a big chipper out there taking out plum trees that are on the side of the road. They are so sad, they're backed right into the fence on both sides of the property. My property, they'd already torn up. The neighbors across the road, they were in the process of tearing that one. They were in the process of tearing that one up. There we go. All right, there we go. The property on both sides, one by my great-grandparents on both sides of this ranch. One side is owned now by the Frys, and I own the other. This is how my parents met.
Can you move
This
the
goes-
microphone, Renee?
I'm sorry, dear.
Closer. Thank you.
There we go, there we go. These trees go back over 100 years. We've had this property close to 150. We're old family in this town. What had happened is I went out there and I talked to the workers, and immediately they started laughing at me. And they said, "We don't care." I said, "Well, I do. Is there a way we can work around this? These plums on these trees, they feed people in our neighborhood. We take these plums to different charities. I run an international charity in ag development." And I said, "We help people. We help people with the food and the apples and the plums and the cherries and the apricots and the pears on my ranch. Please don't take these out. This is sentimental more than anything." And they just laughed. I said, "This is outrageous. What are we doing here?" And I was told, "Ma'am, we're getting ready to put 4 inches of gravel on your road because it's full of ice." There wasn't a speck of ice anywhere. I said, "Well, your ditches overflow in the winter." I said, "There hasn't been water in these ditches for over 30 years. Who are you kidding?"
Are you suggesting you don't want us to gravel the road?
No. What I'm saying is, you haven't put 4 inches, you sprinkle. You sprinkle gravel. And they came back through and did that. But meanwhile, it was just laughter. And I go, this is not a county employee that insults people like this. By this time, I'm a very hard person to cry. And you're tearing up my family's property. For a few plum trees that are left, you can't do that, and yet the rest of the road, you leave a mess. You don't take out trees that are in the middle of the ditch, but you'll take out my plum trees that are not even in the ditch?
Renee, hold on just a second. You're saying that they came over the fence onto your property?
They had to have, because they tore up one of the fence posts, they tore up some of the fence, dropped the wire. They had to do that to pull the trees out that were stuck in the fence, and they left part of it still in the fence. Okay? I said, "I'm calling the sheriff." Deputy Humes came out. A good man. And if you know that I'm former deputy sheriff as well. And it was ridiculous. And he says, "Okay, we're used to this. They have supposedly come fix it. There's no reason for this, but, you know, what are you going to do?" They were in there right away, and they took them out. All right?
So Renee, can you get to what you think we should do? Because I see there's more people that's wanting to
I
comment.
understand. The arrogance of this company of coming out and, you know, just saying, "Well, I'll put 50 head of cows out on your property. Then I can do that for free." And I go, where did that left field that come from? I tried to call Rob Engelhardt. He didn't answer my phone. And finally, a couple of days later, the sheriff or deputy, you know, had him call me because I wanted to discuss what we were going to do. And he gets on the phone with me and talked to me for about 2 or 3 minutes, and he's talking over me, and then he says, "This is my day off. I don't want to discuss this." Click. It's my day off as well. And he didn't want to discuss it. It's not, there's nothing you can do, this county can do to replace the heartbreak that just happened out there. Susie Fry, I believe, wrote a letter to the commission as well regarding this, and it hurt her too. She's been on that property 30 years. Nobody's come through and torn it out before. They just had this wild idea to come in and tear them out and make a mess of the rest of the road and leave their crap. They didn't clean up after themselves. I have another lady here that did the same thing to their property as well. I believe that what needs to be done, as they did with Asplin, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, is there is a 30-day letter that needs to go out, or some type of communication with the property owner, especially when these trees are over 100 years old, to, you know, contact them and say, you know, give us the opportunity to contact a professional arborist. If there's the trees weren't hanging in the road. I sent you a picture of that. They aren't hanging in the road. It was easy. It was an easy cut.
Oh, so you have a picture of the trees?
Yes, I do. I have them in my cell phone. I didn't know if I was able to do that today. But I do have pictures.
Yeah, you sent me a picture, and they look like, they're more shrub looking.
They're more
Bush,
shrub,
they're
yeah,
more
but there are
bushes
some
looking
with
than-
at least
than they are a tree.
a foot around in
But-
some of them that were cut.
But,
And I asked him what he was doing with the wood. He said,
So
oh, we're
did-
just going to take it back and burn it. I
Did
said, why
that-
don't you give it to somebody who can't afford wood?
Did the road supervisor hang up on you, or did you hang up on the road supervisor?
He hung up on me.
He actually says that you hung up on him.
No, I did not. Because I wasn't finished talking. I'm sorry, that is a lie.
Well, I'm not for sure, Commissioners.
Well, I obviously met with you, Ms. King, out there
Yes.
on the property that evening to look at the situation, and, you know, we talked about the right-of-way issue, and that for us to put out a public address to let everybody know wherever we're going to be working within the right-of-way is almost impractical and not doable.
I
So we have-
understand your
and
position.
and when we discuss that, the right-of-way issue, which you understand. So when they go through to work in the right-of-way, they already have the permission to work within that right-of-way. So I guess like we talked about out there, you know, if something is in the right-of-way that the public wants, I don't think there's an issue with them removing it, is there? But
You're asking if, be more specific.
she's basically asking, could she remove the trees or the shrubs?
What I was actually saying is taking saplings from these trees, replant them somewhere else, rather than tear out everything that my great-grandparents have started. These plum trees went all up and down the road, and through time, they've died off and sprung out other places. But this was something that took food off my table. It took food off my neighbor's table. It took food off of the whole neighborhood.
Which again, like I said, and we had a long discussion out there on the roadway, and I basically tried to explain to you that within the right-of-way, our road crews do have the right to clean,
I wish
to
that
do
was
the
I wish
roadways.
that word was actually used. It's clean. They've left a mess, all of them down the road. What a mess.
Okay. Well, by the time they're done, like I explained to you that night, and they get the gravel on the road, it'll all be cleaned up and done.
It wasn't.
So we will monitor it. I can assure you, we'll monitor it. But it'll be cleaned up, it'll be nice and neat, the gravel will be laid down.
And then I don't have any plum trees. My fence is messed up. I've got pieces of these trees right through my fence that I'm still having to pull out. I think the county needs to know what their employees. Worse than any of this was the absolute arrogance and the way they talked to me right in front of Deputy Humes.
Right, and I guess that's a different issue. That's a training
Yeah,
issue that we
yeah.
can work with our crews and our road superintendent. So that's a training issue, which is something totally different. As far as what they did in the right-of-way, like we discussed that night, they were within their right.
I'm not saying that,
So
but what
we
they're saying,
we
is-
can-
I know like you told me, they don't have to ask permission, they already have permission to tear your property up.
I never said to tear your property up. I did
Well,
not say that.
they did the
so-
fence. They had to act, I had a dog leash that kept the trees for when they have a lot of fruit
I
on
saw
them,
that.
it doesn't fall.
Right.
Okay, they had to unhook that. They had to unhook that, which was my personal property.
So,
I'm standing right there. They could have said, they could have asked permission, they could have explained it to me, they chose not to, they chose to be arrogant and belligerent.
Well, now that we're going to have to move on.
Yes.
Because we've got some other people that would like to give public comment, but we'll monitor it as Commissioner Candelaria said.
Thank you, and I appreciate you coming out more than you know, Jim.
you're welcome.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, you sure can.
I'm Cynthia Ropeson, and my mom and dad own County Road 25567, County Road 2.5, and there's a big dip right there. And there's willow bushes on both sides. Well, they took out, cleared the fence, they knocked down my fence. I can't fix it. My dad's elderly, he's in Arizona right now, he can't fix it. I have horses in my pasture that are gonna get out. And I asked them not to cut that close because it's actually on our property where they cut it. Because our fence goes crooked right there because of the sandstone wall where the dip comes back up. They couldn't go where it's supposed to go because of, there's nowhere to hook it, so. But I don't know. I have willow
Do you have a
bushes laying over
picture,
my
do
fence
you have a
and
picture of the
everything.
fence down?
I do.
And what was your address again?
25567, Road T.5. Oops, not mine. Sorry.
That was your grocery list.
There's willow bushes all over, leaning on the fence. Yeah. And I asked them to leave a row right by the fence because it gets swampy in there. And if we put fence posts in there, it always, they ruin. But they took it out clear way past the fence. And all their stuff is hanging over top my fence, and I have horses in there right now. So I'd like them to fix the fence as soon as they can. They get will.
All right.
Yeah, I have more pictures if you want me to email them.
No, that's okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Somebody else like to come up, speak, public comment?
Hi, my name's Jacob Ballas. I live on 216 South Market Street. Have any of you watched the council meeting as of last week, on the 11th? Did anybody watch it?
City Council? Yes, sir, I was there.
You were there?
Absolutely.
Was anybody else there? Did anybody watch it on YouTube?
No.
No.
No. I was the fellow that brought up the pandemic, and that there's no talk from anyone, any leaders in this town, Montezuma in general. No one can give me an answer to these pandemic plans. Now, I put in a public records request. I have to pay $498 to get information that is public to the public about your guys' plans about what may happen. How you're going to keep all these people safe. I counted a lot of old folks in here. I wonder if any of them have pre-existing conditions. How about you folks up here? There's no answer from the city about what's going on.
Have you talked to our health department?
Yes,
Did you
I
go to
have.
our, what'd they tell you at our health department?
Go get a public records request.
Okay.
And also, if you go back and watch that video, Karen Sheik said to me in front of a bunch of folks, we don't want no borrowed trouble. Now, I ain't no fancy speaking person, but what's that say to you guys? What did she mean by that? Do I have to go ask her to get an answer?
Probably, since she said it, I'd ask her what she meant by that, yeah.
You want to make a public comment on what you think it might mean?
No, I don't.
No?
She didn't say it to me, but I think if she said it to you, that's exactly what I'd
Yeah.
do.
Calling me trouble because I'm concerned about this county. I don't think any of you do have plans in place, to be honest with you. Because I've had a runaround with the state of Colorado, with San Juan, with Montezuma County, with our public health department.
Well, this is the first 30 seconds you've ever talked to us.
Yeah. This first
To
we've
make
ever-
accusations about the runaround from us when I haven't seen you before in my life.
I'm talking about you work for the city of Montezuma, right?
No.
No,
It's
we're
not
the
a city, it's a
county.
county.
No.
Or county, sorry.
We work for the people.
Yeah, so I'm
So
the people.
we have a preparedness, Miss Dixon, and if
Yeah.
you talk to her, fill out your request, what she can give you, she'll give you. But
I've
if you're
been out of
talking about,
work-
wait a minute,
I've been out of work since Thanksgiving of last year. You think that if I file indigent too, that the courts are gonna put it away for a while so that I could pay it later? I don't have any money to pay $490 to get information from this county.
I'm not-
That's ridiculous.
yeah, and I don't know anything about
I
that,
don't
but here again, as far as working with the CDC and the pandemic in the state of Colorado, if it does exist here, I assume you're talking about the coronavirus.
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay, well then, part of that, I'm gonna go right back to you. Where's your personal responsibility and what are you doing to make sure that you are prepared as usual? You're coming in here to us and stating that we've done nothing, and I'm asking you, what have you done? Let's put the shoe on the other foot.
I'm a civilian.
I understand that.
You're
and
sitting
we
on the podium.
do
You're
have
sitting behind the desk, not me.
We do have a preparedness coordinator that is in
Why?
contact with it.
3 weeks,
and is
no
working
answer.
on it.
This has been going on since October of last year.
This is the first we've heard of it.
You don't watch, no one watches the news?
No, this is the
400
first-
million people? You got cases in Phoenix? You got 15 cases in the United States. Our poverty level in the United States is very low. Our homeless is very high. Old folks sick, young folks sick. This supposedly flu that's coming around that everybody's getting. There's a lot of disinformation, if not any information. And yes, I am pointing my fingers at you guys.
That's fine.
Okay,
fine.
thank
Oh,
you
yeah.
very much.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for your comments.
All right,
You don't
anybody-
have nothing to say.
Not today.
No, not today at all.
No, not today.
Okay.
Quite
I appreciate
frankly,
you guys.
I couldn't understand
Thanks.
what you was asking in the first place.
What are your plans? Why can't someone give me a one sentence out of all your plans that are in place? One sentence.
The plans are to
We-
take care of our public health just as we do daily.
And we have had trainings
And
with
what
that
specifics is that besides being PR to tell me something to my face?
What specifically do you want? That's where the CORA request comes into play. So write it down and you can be responded to.
And I have to give you money, this county money, so I can get that information. That makes no sense.
I'm not sure she's charging you any money for,
Are you sure?
unless you're wanting an
'Cause
entire
I have a
book,
USB
an
of
entire
the
plan.
so-called, they didn't even specify what they're gonna charge me on. There is no information on that page that was
Well-
sent by Mr. Powers.
Here again, we can look into this, but as for right now, as Commissioner Sickle stated, and I can't answer
Have
your
you sat
question
down?
without a specific.
Have you sat down since October and talked about any pandemic plans with the Montezuma County?
Quarterly at our MAC group meetings.
I was asking the gentleman here.
At our
And I
meetings,
answered
yes,
your
we
question.
do.
He can speak freely whenever he wants.
We
At-
do. We do
when?
discuss them.
When?
We talk at our quarterly meetings, and we discuss more
Okay,
than just this
so I'll ask
pandemic.
again, since
There are
October
other
to
issues.
now,
There are floods, there are fire.
Have you guys have any meetings on that pandemic?
I'm done.
No, because we
Yeah,
don't have a
let's-
specific,
let's-
there's not a pandemic coming to us. We have nothing in Montezuma County.
Do you know what the definition of a pandemic is, sir?
Well, I
Let's-
think I have a
we're
rough
getting in the
idea.
weeds.
but-
Want me to explain to you what a
Tell me.
pandemic
No,
is?
No.
It's a worldwide.
Well, you know
It's
what?
on all continents.
I'm not going to take care of all continents and all world. I'm responsible
Yeah.
for Montezuma
So,
County.
once again, my question was, what are you doing in your responsibility for Montezuma
Okay,
County?
that's
Yeah,
enough.
okay.
That's enough.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. You went over your time, and let's have respect for some of the others. Is there anybody else that would like to come up to public comment?
I'm going to use my mic and encourage you all to speak into yours. It's just difficult. Thank you. Lisa Henry, 18220 Road 26. I was just wondering if we could have a update on social services. I was encouraged to see that their trainings and their salaries were implemented, so I just wondered what was going on. 3 minutes, really? And Jim, I think you were in charge of that or overseeing the social services?
Well,
We're not
what
sure
are
what
you
the
asking?
question
What-
you're
yeah,
asking.
what specifically are you asking for?
When the employee was fired and it caused a big snafu within the department, I was just curious what kind of follow-up and resolutions
I
might
can
have
tell
been
you that
found.
what we did do as a commission is we've given Gina, we gave her more hours to be able to complete the tasks that she needed to complete. I think we did that in October, September, don't quote me on that, to be able to try and help her get things done that she needed to get done. So as far as we know right now, everything is in play. It's just a matter of them cleaning up everything that they had left to do.
Okay, that's where I had last found it, so that was probably
Yeah,
in
'cause they
September
were at
when you
35
addressed
hours.
it. Okay, thank you
So
very
they're
much.
working on it. We gave them the additional hours to be able to move it forward.
Awesome, and I know she's had some health issues recently, so, yeah. Okay, thank you very
Yeah,
much.
Lisa,
Thank you.
I think on the back table, you'll find a schedule for the commissioner meetings for the rest of the year, and you can see when social services is presenting, and we can certainly ask Gina to give an update the next time she presents. Sure.
I mean, there's also ongoing trainings and those things. I mean, I don't have specifics on those, so I probably shouldn't talk to them, but Gina could probably answer those questions.
Yeah, I've seen them posted around, and
Okay.
that was one of her goals, and I think it's awesome. Yeah. And speaking to your mics, please.
Anybody else like to talk at public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment, and we'll open it up to the sheriff's office. Monthly report was Sheriff Nalla.
Good morning, Steve.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Hello.
Good. You take one hand off the other.
Mr. Candelarian's video games.
They took it away from me.
I thought you were getting pretty good at that.
I know he was, wasn't
Yeah. Yeah, he was.
he? Okay. Just start off with calls for service for the month of January of 2020. We had 1,583 calls for service. Probably the largest was our traffic contacts. There were DUI enforcement patrols in addition, paid through the DUI grant from the state. And we did 199 security checks on businesses and residences throughout the county. One good thing that I can pass on is that I think most everybody has seen that we had an increase in graffiti on abandoned buildings and actually at businesses and vehicles, mostly on the south end of Cortez and the northern portion of the county that meets with the southern boundaries of the city of Cortez. Through a joint investigation with BIA and the Cortez Police Department and ourselves, we were able to actually make several arrests in these cases. It's still ongoing because there is thousands of dollars of damage that was done. One of the biggest problem is the graffiti that was done on motor vehicles. You can't just take that off. The whole car's got to be repaired and repainted. A lot of those vehicles did not have full comprehensive, so with just liability, the insurance companies, the people are either out
or if they had comprehensive, the insurance companies total the vehicles on them, and they don't get what they're worth. So whether or not there'll be the type of restitution that we all should expect to be made, I can't hold our breath to that. But the BIA, law enforcement, and Toyok were very helpful in identifying and gathering physical evidence on several of these suspects that came from there. So it is ongoing. The district attorney's office will have those cases to prosecute, both adult and juvenile. Most are juvenile. Okay. For the county jail count in the detention center for the month of January, you can see the daily counts starting on January 1st of 123. It does start to reduce. The highest was 129. It does start to reduce from there down to January 31st to 113. You can see the total municipality, which is mostly Cortez. Dolores and Mancos had no arrests. Were 66 days of inmates. And Dolores County still has a couple of people that go in and out of the detention center, a total of 48 inmate days there. The month of January, as far as from January 1st to present, we've actually gone well below our 104 bed count, lowest being 92, the highest being 99. So that's a pretty good turn. I hope that it stays that way, but this is springtime. Okay, so I don't know what will happen. Here are our Department of Correction holds. These are the ones that have been sentenced to the Department of Corrections. The highest inmate days in there holding until they went to DOC facility somewhere in the state was 21 days. That's a total of 122 days at $58.56. That's $6,635.58 that Department of Correction was billed. For Dolores County, these are the total number of inmate billings and days. 48. So the Dolores County was billed $3,600 for the month of January for use of the detention center.
That's at the $75 rate, is that correct?
That's at the $75 per day. City of Cortez, municipal arrests, you can see that the largest number of days that inmates have been in there have been 2 of them at 11 days. That could have been some sentences. I haven't looked at each one of those, but more than likely that's what that is. The rest are in and out. They're generally not there any longer than 3 days, as you can see. Total of 66 days for inmates. The City of Cortez was billed $4,950 at $75 a day.
So, Steve, I have a question for you. We discussed this probably early or late last year. Because the costs keep rising for that, did you put together a cost sheet for the rest of these people of what you're going to increase that annually to be able to maintain, to get up? So it's
Yeah.
going to go from 75 to X, Y, and Z.
Well,
what have you?
if we use and I haven't done, I usually wait till the end of the year so that we look at what the average cost was at and our actual cost per inmate per day, and that's with utilities, with staffing, insurance, the whole bit. Food is probably one of the largest.
Well, and your staffing is going to go up by 3 officers,
Exactly.
so your cost of
Exactly.
operation out there is
So,
going
right
up.
now,
So
it's still at about, and when we did that and we increased it to $75, it was at $70 a day, $5 to add to that. I'll look at 2019, should be able to report to you next month what that estimated cost is and where we may need to increase
yeah.
that at all.
Yeah, and be sure you
because-
put those 3 new employees in there.
Because
Oh, yeah.
sooner
Oh,
than
yeah, all
later,
salaries are in
if
there.
we're gonna go up, we discussed 5 or 6%,
Mhm.
you know, to get that out to the other agencies that are gonna have to absorb that cost
Right.
equally with us,
Yeah,
then they have enough time in their budget process to know that.
exactly, yeah.
Have you gotten your hires done with the jail,
We just hired, we had 4 openings, just hired 5 that'll come on by March the 10th. And we have 4 more coming through the selection and hiring process. They're in backgrounds right now. So I only have 1 more position to fill that will bring us up to full staff. So
Okay.
that's not bad.
So the DOC holds that we're still doing at the 58, 56, I thought we were going to discontinue that in
That's
its
the parole,
entirety.
the parole holds.
That was
Oh.
parole.
Yeah,
Just the
DOC,
parole, okay.
we've tried with the state,
How does that work? Once they get sentenced to DOC, whose call is it? Do we have to wait for them to come pick them up, or is it up
Yeah.
to us when we transport
Yeah.
them, or
Yeah,
how?
72 hours after they've been sentenced.
Okay,
That's when the billing clock starts.
okay,
And so after that, that's up to the Department of Corrections. They start processing and find out which facility they're going to be submitted to.
so do they tell, hey, Montezuma County, we'll take your 3 people that you have now?
Oh, yeah.
That's
Yeah.
how it works?
Well, they're constantly in communications. As you saw, the long list of people that are there, half of them aren't there now.
Right.
They're gone. Yeah.
But the reason they might stay there for, let's say, 20 days is because the state isn't ready to take them at
Right.
DRDC?
They have apparently no bedding, no place to place them at that time.
Okay.
And you know, that's where we're kind of at the mercy of the state again, because if they don't, they were reducing a lot of their beds and their prisons. Now they're having to open a lot of those back up, and so we're kind of caught in a clog. We all are. Now this is happening in every county every month. So those that are sentenced to DOC on felony convictions. So. And
You know,
as you saw,
I still look at this as an unfunded mandate by the state of Colorado.
yeah,
Granted, they're paying you $58 and some change for your inmates, full well knowing the cost of housing those inmates for them is way in excess of that. So
they know that. Yes, we've testified before these committees and before that.
and you know, I think there's got to come a place in time for this county to stand up to the DOC and say, you know what?
Yeah,
This is how much each one of your prisoners is costing me to take care of your prisoner business. And find a way to say, you know what? You're either going to pay us what it costs us just to break us even. I'm not asking to make money,
No.
but make it not cost us money, or we're going to find another avenue for these inmates to go somewhere else. And I just think it's so unfair of the state to impose that on these counties to subsidize their corrections department.
It is an unfunded mandate, and
It's
I think I should reach back out to them. I mean, we're probably the only county that said, hey, we're not holding I don't know of any other counties that have communicated with them about this at all, but you know, this is a slightly different issue.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they're thinking money that, oh, well, if we leave them there for 3 more weeks, then we're saving this much money.
Who knows?
I don't know if it's a financial decision or not on their part, but it costs us money and it's not costing them money.
Exactly.
And
Precisely.
that's what we're frustrated with. I mean, you have 122 holds, and the town of Mancos, Dolores, the city of Cortez are all paying their fair share. But then you get to the DOC at 58, 56 a day, we're all funding their,
And they're the vast
So-
majority of our prisoners.
and they're, yeah,
They're
exactly.
the vast majority of our prisoners.
that are there for the length of time that they're there.
Right,
Yes,
right.
Exactly.
Right, so.
Yeah, you're right. And, you know, we're all in agreement. We
I know
understand.
we are. We
God
just,
almighty. You know, and it's up to our state legislators to make that change. And
Yeah,
they
it is.
have all of the facts and figures from all 64 counties. Well, actually, it'd be like 51, 52 because of the county jails. Not every county has a jail.
that's true.
So they have all that information already. They've had it. But you don't see any of that coming up on the legislative bills to be discussed and voted upon.
Or when it does come up, it goes through their committees and all that, goes to appropriations and never comes out of
That's where it
appropriations, just
stays.
lays in there and dies. I've seen 2 of them do that.
Uh-huh.
the very,
And this is something that all the sheriffs have been, voicing our concerns with those lobbyists and legislators that we all have contact with. I don't know what to say other than there must be other agenda items that they're more concerned with than that. And as we can see, we don't get much response from that. I think that it's going to take hollering from a lot of people to make that happen. They need to listen to the burden that they're putting on the county taxpayers. They really do.
Yeah.
Was there much
That's who's
discussion at
flipping the bill.
CCI about any of that? Maybe that's a good place.
Well, that's a good place, but
yeah,
there
Yeah.
wasn't much about it.
Yeah.
this summer we'll bring it back up and see if there's,
So when we talk about increases for the estimated cost for housing a single inmate, and those costs going up because everything else is going up, who's going to be flipping the bill? Is going to be our municipalities, the county, and that's it. The state won't.
Correct. It's everybody in this county except for the
State of
except for
Colorado.
the state.
Yeah.
So Mancos, Dolores, Cortez,
Yeah.
the county.
And
We're
Dolores
all
County
having
as
to.
well. I mean, they're paying that same amount, which is the right thing to do.
well, sure it is.
But it's hard. We just have to adjust those costs, and unfortunately, the municipalities and the two counties taxpayers are going to have to pay what is required, and the state gets off with less. So, unless there's a way we can figure out how to do this, and John just left the room, so you can have that discussion with him.
We
Okay.
can bring it back up when we go back up on
Sure.
March 13th and 14th, I believe.
Yeah.
These are the funds that were brought in to the sheriff's office for the month of January. As you can see, the black and gray marijuana impact enforcement and education funds, there was an additional $65,706 that we were awarded because of our numbers that we have. That goes until June 31st of 2021. So those funds won't be touched in that separate budget until after the $77,000 budget that the funding that I got back in September that runs out at the end of September this year has been expended, or if it's not expended, whatever's left has to be sent back to the state. So there's a lot of marijuana money. Wow.
A lot of marijuana problems
Yeah.
too. Steve, have you had anything change in your parole prisoners, the people that are being incarcerated on parole holds? Have you?
Parole holds, we don't hold them.
You've denied
We've
them
taken-
because
yeah.
they have? Okay,
I've talked
good.
to not only the area supervisor for parole, as well as at DOC in Denver, but the local supervisors, as well as all the local agencies, understanding that if they make an arrest and on a criminal charge, and this person happens to have a hold by parole because they violated their parole status, not to remove that from the Colorado Crime Information Center database, to leave that because we can't hold them in the jail, and so you can't take it out of the system. They'll still be wanted on a parole hold, but we can notify parole to come pick them up when we're done. That's fine. So I don't think that the state legislators have barred me from communicating and working with Department of Corrections parole, so like they try to do with Homeland Security and ICE. So that's what we do. So those holds are still there. Parole will come and pick them up. We just notify them that we have them, but we can't hold them. After their criminal charges are done here, they go to them.
So it sounds like that's working.
Yeah, it is.
They're either taking them to La Plata or somewhere, or they're letting
Now,
them.
if they don't arrive by the time they're ready to bond out, I can't do anything about it. I can't hold them.
Right.
That would be unlawful. So that's why they're usually there.
Yeah.
They'll pick them up and
And it's their
wait
call
for
if
them to
they don't
walk out
want
the
to.
door and take them to Durango. Yeah. Okay. Any questions about our detention center at this time?
No.
It doesn't look as bad as Jefferson County's detention center, or Douglas County, where they had a huge $5 million budget cut or something like that in Denver,
Where's that?
in the Front Range.
That's on Jefferson County.
Jefferson County?
Yeah, the commissioners there decided to debruce a lot of their spending. And that has taken one entire floor out of the Jefferson County Detention Center, as well as having to reduce staffing, and they released 250 inmates early. And most of those were on alcohol or drug charges that were not crimes against people or having victims. So they released them early. Yep. I think they'll be back, but I don't know what they're going to do with them that way. So just like us, they're no different than we are. You know, we keep seeing some of the same people, unfortunately. I did send you a couple weeks ago through, as well as Shaq, the Colorado Emergency Fire Fund, the EFF funding agreement, which is different than that cooperative agreement that we talked about a couple months ago that we had issues with in January. But now they said that, remember somebody made a comment that we wouldn't be able to access funding if we didn't sign that co-op agreement. I don't think that's true anymore. I have not heard anymore. Have you? I haven't.
No.
So anyway, the EFF funding is what we use to draw that first hour. We get free. Everything after that, it's that agreement of who pays what type of thing. And so I sent that to you. Have you seen it? I do need you to make a motion and sign this if you do.
I saw it. Everything was okay
That was sent to us quite a,
I think it was about 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So I would move that we accept the memorandum of understanding for the participation in the Colorado Emergency Fire Fund.
Second.
motion and a second to approve the memorandum of understanding for the participation in the Colorado Emergency Fire Fund for 2020 for Montezuma County. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Sheriff, before you're done, have you,
I'm not done.
I heard
Go
a
ahead.
kind of a disturbing, I guess I'll call it a rumor, it may be fact, I don't know for sure. The La Plata County is, when they take somebody out of their detox in their hospital or access facilities over there, they buy them a cab ride and send them to our shelter here in Cortez,
What shelter?
the bridge.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I hadn't heard that.
You hadn't
But
heard that?
I wouldn't surprise me. That, you
I've-
know,
I've
I
heard
don't do that to other counties or even our surrounding states.
Yeah.
There were some that have always come into mind, but we've never done that. Okay, it's always been taught. I don't know if that's true or not. I certainly hope not, because they have facilities over there. Now, I don't know that they have the same setup as what Cortez does right now.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? I can certainly ask Sheriff Smith and find out.
Yeah.
if
Would you
that's
do
what's
that for
going
me,
on.
please?
Yeah.
If that's rumor or fact?
Yeah.
Could you repeat that again, that they?
They, and Haley may have some knowledge of this, I don't know if with access, when they're detoxed, when apparently somebody that's either inebriated or they've picked up as vagrancy or whatever, when they've been detoxed them, they buy them a cab ride, a $50 cab ride, and bring them over to the bridge shelter here in Cortez.
My guess or hope would be that that would only be if they were from Cortez. And
You think
said,
that's only if?
why are you
would
kicking me
think.
out? I live in Cortez.
Well,
Yeah, I would
But
think.
but I don't
They-
know. I mean, I haven't heard that. So
Well, I don't know. I mean, I can't imagine you being happy with me buying bus tickets and cab tickets for sending people back to someplace.
Well, the governor of New
Yeah,
Mexico
they
is
do.
sending them to Colorado.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Maybe that's why we're seeing so many people. I don't know, maybe they're coming here.
Things
I don't
are
know.
good here.
Um,
Check into that, would you, Steve?
I will. I'm
Yeah,
gonna.
appreciate
I'll
that.
call him and find out. One other thing that we need to talk about is that we had a fire alarm go off at the sheriff's office. That would have been on the 6th of February. It turned out to be that maybe it was a ballast in one of the lights in one of the hallways on the sheriff's side, not in the detention center, that was smoking. I don't know. They talked to Mike, and I know Mike and his crew were there as well. But throughout, they did send, I forwarded this email that I got from Cortez Fire Chief Jay Balfour, and I'm sure that Sean Canada with the city of Cortez, I don't know if he's a building inspector or what.
I think he's a
Sean Canada.
fire and building inspector.
Okay.
Pretty
So
sure that's what he is.
anyway, they made a list of things which I had been concerned with for some time, and that is we don't have the space for storage of documents, and that's a problem. We've run out of space, and we should not be storing. And I think when you see that storing the water heater room used for storage, that is where the janitor's cart and stuff goes, and I have found a place where that can go and be taken out of there now. As far as the shelving and stuff, we just need to remove a lot of the paper documents that we have to be gone through, and then some can be archived, some can be destroyed under the policy. So the thing is, though, is that we need to have some place to store some of this equipment and some of these documents that that only need to be held for a short period of time, or that you're utilized, and we just don't have the space in that sheriff's office anymore.
When you say a short period of time, Steve, what are you talking? A year?
Well, it's
2
in and
years?
out all the time. We have a lot of equipment for search and rescue. We store some of their stuff. We store some of the EOC equipment and stuff that's in those closets. We have a lot of files and whatnot that we do go through and we shred when that five-year period of time is up. But in order to store this year or last year and the year before, those 5 years, we have to hang on to those somewhere.
Right.
And we just don't have the space for
I think
that.
that's part of that digitizing program that we've already looked at, that we budgeted for this year so that we have the opportunity to get rid of the paper files, and you won't have to use that for storage any longer.
Where's that at?
Well, the IT is working on that. That was put in their budget.
We're doing it for the whole
for
county.
the whole county.
And you know, that's where, and maybe that's what that came from. I had asked, and we had talked and kicked around, having a warehouse, something that all of the county departments and the sheriff's office could have a section. It doesn't have to be walled. It could be caged, so that you can store those archived documents that you have to keep. Especially maybe at the clerk's office. I don't know what's going to happen with when they scan a lot of their documents, you still have to keep a lot of them. So where do they go? And having them in a secure warehouse building where only the departments have access to their cage, that may be a solution of doing something like that. As far as the equipment that we store and utilize at different times of the year that are stored inside of the sheriff's office, getting a 10 by 10 or a 10 by 12 shed to put out on the side of the building, if I can get that permitted and approved by the city, but first being approved by you of being able to get something like that.
You don't have any, don't you have some room in that building on L Road? Don't you have some space in that building?
That's for evidence.
Well,
This
but
isn't
that evidence isn't going to take up that whole building.
Well, no, the coroner has the other half.
Well, he's got part of that building. What, you've got a walk-in crawl space down there, Steve. I've seen that crawl space underneath there is a gigantic crawl space. Had a guy living down there for a while.
I don't know that we would want to put paper documents down in a basement that could collect water, because it did flood. not
When-
too long ago.
Is that like evidence? Does it have to be into a heated?
No, this is not evidence. This is.
So it's
this
just
is equipment,
documentation?
Yeah. You know, for long searches or evacuations or checkpoints, whatever may come up, we have water containers, things like this. We just don't have the place to keep that anymore. They don't want them around any of the electrical boxes that are in each one of those rooms. We have the fire alarm system and security system in one closet. We have electrical in another. We have hot water heaters in another.
Yeah.
We just don't have anything. And so having something that at least that stuff can be gathered and put and stored in a separate room or a building, such as a storage shed, would be fine. We have one storage shed already that's utilized by the detention center to storing a lot of the lawn grooming and shovels and things like that, as well as backpacks and whatnot from transients that come in, because we're not going to store those in the center, in the detention center. We store those in that shed that's on the east side of the jail. It's just something to think about, but we need it someplace. And I'll tell you, the biggest problem that I have is what we inherited that's been there for years, and then you've seen it all, is upstairs in the jail, in that attic. A lot of those documents need to be stored somewhere else, because you've seen that we have electrical up there as well as all these paper documents. It's always been a problem. It's a concern we just need to look at and address and come up with a solution of what would be best to store those things in.
Well, I think
Anyway, it's a thought.
Yeah,
It's a thought.
we'll have admin.
I thought we had a solution to all those problems.
See, by golly, well,
Thought
come and
we-
see.
I thought we solutioned that out there on County Road L with that building. I thought we
Well,
put
that's
it,
not a storage building.
We
It is.
make it
it's
whatever we
evidence
want.
storage,
It's
isn't it?
evidence, yes. We don't store non-evidence in there.
But evidence, your evidence is gonna take up every room in that building except what the coroner's moved
Just on
in?
our section, yes. It's already filled. It's done. Yeah. And that's from now until the future. That's what that's for. Yes. That's stuff we can't get rid of.
Yeah, I think this is just storage for a 5-year period of time, and then it can be recycled, or every 5 years
Yes.
it's rotated, so.
That's all.
And it doesn't have to be in a heated building, it's just just basically covered and kept out of the environment, the elements.
And see, the importance with that building out there is that we have to keep the chain of custody tight. No one has access into that building, but our evidence technician and myself. That's it.
Right.
Okay?
But those rooms can be locked. I mean, you can work around that aspect of it. Your rooms and your evidence can be locked and have only accessed by you and whoever else is supposed to be in there. But man, there's a lot of square footage. That just blows me away that every room out there except what the coroner has done with his lab is filled with evidence already. I mean, that just blows.
Well-
So you're out of room right now, right?
Well, we've been out of room in the sheriff's office for a long time.
No, I'm talking about the
That's
evidence.
that
I'm
new
talking about the evidence that was moved from the old
No,
Park Street Justice
we're not
Building.
we're not out of room with that. We have the room that's needed to store that long-term evidence for long-term,
Right,
okay, for now and in the future.
right.
For the next 20 years.
Right,
easy.
but you don't have one room down there on the end of one of those hallways that you can use for this temporary storage of files and stuff that's going to be recycled out of there every year? You're going to take a year out and add a year, put a year in, put a year out, put a year in, put a year out?
You've seen that room in the attic by the jail, right? How big that is?
Yeah.
And how much is there? There's not a single room in there that's big enough to house that.
I think we have some options.
Okay.
We have some
All right.
options. There are some other buildings that we've just looked at, and one that we just acquired, so I think we have some options. I know what you're looking for now.
Okay, all right.
And
They
for
may
me,
not
it's
be-
just that I don't want to buy something else and use taxpayer money.
I don't either.
I think that's reckless. If we have space, let's figure out how to use it and keep the money in their pockets.
I agree. But we just gotta have some place to store stuff.
Right.
That's all.
And your thought was a 10 by
Well, that's to
10
move
by
the stuff
12
out of the
shed.
sheriff's office. As far as that
Right.
jail
Right,
portion.
just for that
geez,
portion.
I don't know what we're gonna do with that. Problem is that if we have a fire, that,
Let's have
I
a
don't wanna
fire.
have,
Let's
God, I don't
take all
Can
those
we,
files out
uh,
and have a fire, Steve.
talk about spending
Can we
taxpayer
also
dollars.
look at, and Mike, you're here also, and maybe you're already on the, to get all of those ballasts out of there, change all of those out with LEDs so that we don't have that issue of a ballast going bad and then we actually have a fire situation? Are you already doing that? Okay. So that actually helps also when you eliminate the ballast.
All right, so we're going to do an addendum to the agenda because we have some folks that need to go where, sorry, George. I need public lands to come up real quickly. Well, you don't have to come up real quickly, but we're going to put you in front of.
Yeah, run up here.
I apologize for that.
Is that a Forest Service jacket, Derek, or is that a personal jacket?
It's a safety award from a long time ago, yes. It's a very durable jacket, though.
Before we even get started, I just want to thank you again, Connie. I went down to Sand Canyon last weekend, and the parking lot, both parking lots were almost packed. And it was on a Sunday afternoon, so I realized it was a weekend, but
Nobody parked on the road.
Very nice addition, and nobody was on the road.
Nobody on the road.
Super
The
exciting.
public was,
Thank you.
so thank you.
Thank you. It's been a good partnership.
All right, who would like to start?
You got the mic.
Okay. Yeah, and I should be pretty quick. I don't really have a whole lot this month. We did speak with a local contractor with regards to the guardrail out on the Dolores Norwood Road near the Little Bean Canyon there, and they gave us an estimate. We accepted it, so as soon as conditions allow, they'll get out there and fix that. And that's all I really had. We'll have a couple of projects as far as scoping coming out here in the next month or so. There'll be the Rico Trails project, which is a couple of, well, one motorized trail and 3 non-motorized trails that we'll be looking at analyzing up in the Rico area. The Spring Creek Trail was somewhat part of the Rico travel management planning. It just provides a connection from Taylor Mesa over to Stoner Mesa. So we'll be analyzing that. Then there's the Rio Grande Southern Trail. In the past, we were given authority through the Rails to Trails Act that authorizes old railroad grades to be utilized for trails. So that one provides a connection between Rico all the way down to the Monolores Bridge. So we'll be analyzing that. Then there's the Circle Trail, which is a trail from Rico that connects to the Colorado Trail up in the Blackhawk area. That's been a trail it was actually a trail previously, and then for some reason it went off our books, but continued to be utilized. So we're going to analyze it again to put that back on our books, because there again, it's a highly utilized trail from the town of Rico. And then the other is the Ryman Creek Trail. There again, during the Rico West Dolores Travel Management Plan, we had identified that there was a need for some reroutes there. So we'll be analyzing the reroutes for the Ryman Creek Trail. Then we should be getting out the Salter environmental analysis scoping there again here within this month. So that's a vegetation management project that is basically where Lone Pine ended all the way over to the boggy area. And that'll be analyzing about another 40 to 60,000 acres of ponderosa pine vegetation management. So that'll be the next place we'll be going as far as timber sales and things of that sort.
So with that, for the folks that don't know, this is Derek Padilla. He's the district ranger here in Montezuma County. Can you give us like the timber sales, what's going to be happening right away, location?
Sure. All of the activity for this year will be over in the Glade area. If you know where the 506 road is, from there over to the 504 where it heads north up towards Big Water. So in that area, excuse me, is where the sales for this year will be going out. Then we're just going to be continuing east over the next 3 or 4 years, and that's all within the Lone Pine analysis area. And then probably in 23 and 24, we'll start on the Salter area. And there we're probably, well, we're discussing whether we need to start in the boggy area for the protection of Dolores and the homes down there, or if we just continue east, because from where we end in Lone Pine to ensure that we're staying ahead of the beetle infestation that's going on. So we're kind of weighing our pros and cons with regards to that. And then beyond that, then we'll jump over the canyon over into the Hay Camp area and continue east from there as far as Ponderosa Pine.
What about Aspen?
With Aspen, we are currently working in the Taylor and Stoner Mesa areas. We did sign the decision for the Dolores Aspen EA, which then opens up quite a bit more area up in the Black Mesa area. It's just spread out through the district that should keep us in in Aspen for the next 10 years.
When would that come to where they could start working on that? Would it be this year?
Well, we're going to continue working on the Taylor Stoner
Okay.
Mesa area that we recently completed a year or two ago. But then those areas probably be in the next 2 or 3 years we'll be getting into those areas.
Okay.
So most of it right now is all in Dolores County then?
For the most part,
Basically,
yes.
for the most part
Mhm.
of it. But then their access coming out of Dolores County, are they coming down Bradfield Bridge and then hitting 16 Road out of Dolores County, or 15 Road?
Correct.
That's their access point?
Yes.
And do you guys identify those access points for them, or do we do that once it comes into Montezuma County?
All of the access roads that come into Montezuma County basically are under Forest Service jurisdiction until they get to the forest boundary. But then even if they make it all the way to the Forest Service boundary on the Dolores-Norwood Road, they can only continue on the Dolores-Norwood Road.
Right, okay.
Are you going to be still charging a gravel fee to these loggers, these companies that are up there extracting the wood material?
They're just through the receipts that we receive, there are some funds that come back to the Forest Service for that. It's not being charged to the loggers themselves per se. Like I said, we just get some of those receipts.
I guess maybe I need to get more specific, Derek. The trucking companies that haul the logs on the roads through the Forest Service and onto county roads, you're still charging them a gravel knockoff fee, is that correct?
Not for those that are operating on federal, on Forest Service land, no. For those that are operating on private lands and then utilizing Forest Service roads for their access, we do charge a surface rock replacement fee.
Okay, so if they're timbering off federal lands, you don't charge them. If they're timbering off private lands, you do charge them.
Correct.
Okay.
Because like I said, through the receipts that we receive from the federal lands, we're getting some dollars back that go back into the roads from that.
And isn't that flap also part of that, where
No.
we were at? Because that's totally separate.
That's totally separate.
Well, the county gets 25% of those as well, correct?
For the traditional timber sales, yes, the county gets 25% of the gross receipts, correct.
But you don't have to spend that money on the roads that you collect them off of, correct?
Some of that money does go back into roads.
No, but I'm saying you don't have to put the money that you collect off of the Dolores-Norwood Road back into the Dolores-Norwood Road. You can move that to Pagosa or to other Forest Service roads. Is that correct?
If there's a large project somewhere else, yes, we can utilize the funding to do that, because the funds that we do get are usually not enough, to cover the work that is needed on a particular section of road, or with the efforts that the county as well as the Forest Service puts in those roads as far as maintenance goes, a lot of times there's not a need. So we don't hold those dollars, until such time as there is a need, and so there are times when, like you're saying, to make a project whole, we will utilize surface rock replacement funds that may have been collected on the Dolores Norwood Road for a different road within the district or even the forest. But we also benefit from that in where that happens elsewhere, and we have a big project that we need to fill a hole with from a financial standpoint. We will utilize surface rock replacement dollars from a different area to make that project whole. So it all evens out in the end.
Okay. Right. Connie Clementson with the BLM.
Good morning. I don't have a lot either this morning. I have 2 items. Just wanted to let the board know that we did issue the decision record for the areas of critical environmental concern. The state director signs that decision, and it designated 2 areas in Montezuma County, the ancestral Puebloan over at Bunce Springs, and we actually downsized that from about 2,000 acres to about 800 acres. And then we did designate the Mesa Verde Escarpment area, which adjoins Mesa Verde National Park and is that BLM along the edge there that is also behind the county dump and that sort of thing, and kind of landlocked. So those 2 areas were designated in Montezuma County, and then we had a third in San Miguel County called Gypsum Valley, which we actually downsized that to really focus on the soils and the plants that we had up there that we wanted to provide protections for. So that decision is done. We did go through a protest period, and the protest responses were addressed by the Washington office and posted on our e-planning website if you're interested in taking a look at any of those items. So we are done with that.
Give an overview. What does it change management in a significant way or not?
It really doesn't, Larry Don. I think for Mesa Verde Escarpment, we just recognized that we wanted to be a little bit more restrictive on proposed rights-of-ways that might go through there. I think that was the main change. It did not change any of the mineral guidance or any of that sort of stuff. So we're pretty much managing it the same that we did as a special area.
Would it because the path to Mesa Verde would go through there, will it affect the path?
We recognize there was an exception to that if in fact that ends up going near that area. So, yep, very aware of that. But thank you for asking. I think that's important to document as well. The second item I had is our transportation and access plan. I mentioned this last month that we're analyzing the comments. We've received about 53 comments. I believe that we'll be issuing the decision on that. That's something that I sign here at the local level for the 3 counties, Archuleta, La Plata, and Montezuma counties. I should be able to get that decision out in the next 30 days. It will have a 30-day appeal period, at which time we'll address any appeals that come in. So that's about all I have. The most exciting news I have right now is to introduce Amanda Hoffman sitting next to me. She's the acting monument manager. She's in for a 120-day detail. We're still working on filling the position. We've had so many challenges with HR support and just, there's a lot of vacancies in the BLM right now. So the chairs are swinging back and forth trying to help everybody out. So we're still moving forward on trying to get that position filled. But in the meanwhile, we are just so lucky to have Amanda here. I'll let her give you a little bit of background on what she's does in her regular job, and then she'll give you an update on the monument where most of our news is from this month. So I'll pass it on to her if you don't have any questions for me.
I have none.
All right.
Well, you got some big shoes to fill because Marietta was awesome.
Yes, I
She
understand
did a good job.
that. Yes, it's a pleasure to be here. So my name's Amanda Hoffman. I've been with the BLM since 2006. My permanent position is managing the Morley-Nelson Snake River Birds of Prey National Conservation Area. Yes, does not fit well on a business card. That's in Boise, Idaho, just south of Boise, and it has the largest and densest population of nesting raptors in North America, which is pretty cool. I'm actually very excited to be back in the area. Prior to managing that national conservation area, I worked for the Farmington Field Office on the other side of the border in New Mexico. So I do have some general familiarity with the area, and I'm really excited to be back for a little while. Started in this position in mid-January, and I'll be here through mid-May. So, and if you have any questions about me or anything at any point, I'm happy to talk about that. We do have some changes coming up in the Visitor Center and Museum. We're moving to spring hours on March 1st. So we'll be open Tuesday through Sunday from 9 to 4:30. Also beginning in March, we'll be implementing the fee increase, so it'll be $6 to enter the museum. And corresponding with that, we're implementing a new point of sale system. So we're finally bringing the technology in the museum center, the visitor center and museum up to the 21st century. It should be much easier for people to pay with credit cards. Also, we'll be able to collect more information on the visitors we have, when they're coming, how long they're staying, kind of who they are, I think, which will help us make more informed decisions on that management going into the future. We have a couple exciting things coming up here. We're getting ready to submit our application for dark sky status next week. We hope to hear something back on that June timeframe. And also June 9th will be our 20th anniversary. And so we're planning a week-long series of events to celebrate that. We'll have more information on that hopefully within the next month or so. And then my understanding was you wanted an update on the Flowdine Yellow Jacket permit process. So we have revisited the land health assessment for those permit renewals. We're getting ready to put that out to the public for them to see here in the next month or so. And then we're hoping to do scoping on that permit renewal here in March or April. So we are moving along with that permit renewal process.
4 years, you've been moving along. Anyway.
I understand, yeah.
I understand.
Oh my God. Do you have a possible date, if all goes well, when those permits might be available to our public?
Wow.
I asked the magic question, didn't I? Yeah.
Well, I think theoretically, we're supposed to do our NEPA processes within a 6-month time frame with NEPA streamlining, so we try and make every effort to comply with that. Sometimes we do reach out of that, but Keenan, a lot of it depends on how many comments we get from the public and how long that takes us to process them. Sometimes, for instance, my horse management plans will usually get between 7,000 and 20,000 comments. I don't expect that for Yellow Jacket Flowdine, but certainly it does take us some time to be respectful and responsive at the public process where people want to provide comments. So,
well, I understand that aspect, but we started out with Marietta 3 years ago. We're going to do an EA. We're going to do a study on it. We're going to look at the landscape and see if it can sustain and do all that. You've been doing that for 3 years, 4 years now, and it's the landscape's not giving you an answer if this landscape's capable of handling livestock again like it did for 75 years prior to you buying it?
well, I think part of it, and I don't disagree that this has taken way too long. I agree with that statement. I think this has been kind of an iterative process where we initiated it. We actually issued a decision. We had to withdraw that decision and go back and recognize that we needed to do additional analysis on the landscape. So that's where that all started, where Marietta had led that effort. We started the land health assessment, and then we realized we needed to get more cultural surveys done. And that took, each time you hit a winter season, it delays it several months. So no excuses other than some of this stuff just moves slowly. I can say that we've made a concerted, steady effort on that in the last 3 years. And I feel like as far as the land health assessment, we've done a very inclusive process with the public. We've had a lot of interested parties on this one, including several environmental groups. Scheduling those field trips and all that takes a lot of time, as well as just being very thoughtful about the analysis. So it takes a lot of time, and I know that you guys are frustrated with that. I think we're frustrated as well, but I feel like we are now on a really good glide path. I mean, to talk about scoping the proposal, We've got a land health assessment that's really going to inform the public what we learned out there on the landscape, as well as a lot of cultural surveys done that we'll be working with SHPO on as far as that goes. So a lot of moving parts to these processes, and sometimes they just take longer than all of us want them to take. So I get it. We hear you, and we're going to keep working on it.
So I have one question on your dark sky status as far as what you're proposing. Where is that, and what are the boundaries of that?
So it would be the boundaries of the monument itself, with the exclusion of the compressor or the generating station. There's one oil and gas facility out there that does emit quite a bit of light for safety reasons, and so that's being carved out. And then it also includes the visitor center itself. And kind of the great thing about that is we're pretty much already dark sky compliant. We have to replace like 2 outdoor light fixtures, and then we're already there. And then the data has shown we're already there in the monument itself also.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, that makes me think, so once you get this dark sky classification, what if in the future that Kinder Morgan wanted to drill another well? Would that cause them not to be able to drill the well because of the dark sky?
Yeah, so if they already have an existing lease, we certainly couldn't prevent them from continuing to develop. What we would do is work really closely with them on what their lighting needs would be to see if that there were ways that we could either retrofit or do some innovative stuff there. The other great thing is one facility isn't going to necessarily negate the entire proposal. We have certain areas that we've taken the data collection from. That'll be our baseline. That's where we'll continue to monitor. But I don't think, it certainly wouldn't preclude the development, and I think that we could work with the company to be as light on the ground as we needed to be.
I don't buy it. The reason I don't buy that is because it looks like a way to me. What is the benefits of the dark sky designation for Montezuma County and for their constituent? What are the benefits?
Yeah, so I think what's happened a lot with what Taco's done and Hova and Weep is there's definitely this kind of astrotourism happening right now where people are really interested in being able to visit to do 2 things in this area. One, see dark skies, because I can tell you from an area that's growing a lot, that's not a resource that is everywhere anymore. And also, it's that link between what the ancestral Puebloans saw, how that links to what they built. And so there's definitely a story to be told there, a more complete story, when you relate that back to the dark skies.
Pretty good answer. I still am concerned
But drilling is temporary. I mean,
Yes,
that's just a temporary, I mean, that's typically a 30-day window of time, and then it doesn't. So that shouldn't hamper drilling if they already have an existing permit, correct?
Correct. And we
So-
legally couldn't prevent them from,
Okay.
once you have a
And I
lease,
think
those are
that's-
valid existing rights. We couldn't prevent that
But
activity.
then as far as
But can you prevent future permits?
Not the permits. And my understanding is the monument's pretty much wholly leased anyway.
Over 80% of the monument is leased, and
Yeah.
those leases that would be acquired would be given deference to the adjoining, just because of the way that the resource is set up out there, Larry Don. So
Okay.
it's a pretty much assurance that the operators that are out there have those guarantees of
Okay.
ability to perfect the resource and get the minerals out of the
All right.
ground.
So then you just work with the lighting as far as permanent lighting, as far as the downwashing,
Correct.
so on and so forth, with the facility after it's been established.
Yeah, while we're going through the permit process, so we're having those conversations, so we don't have to go back and revisit anything. We'd be having those conversations early. But there's a lot of options for the types of lights and how you shield them and everything that I feel confident we could accommodate that.
And would not put the men working out there in safety?
Definitely not. Yep, and there are exclusions in the
danger.
policy. Yeah, there's exclusions in even the dark sky nomination policy, that safety is very important, and so they take that into account.
Okay.
You know, I was outside early this morning looking at all the stars, and I was matching each one of them with something I didn't like about government. And I was doing real good, too, until I ran out of stars.
I can't imagine you ran out of stars, Shaq. I'm just saying.
And maybe you don't know, do you know how many in the last 7 years, how many wells have been drilled on the monument? How many new wells?
You know, I don't know that in the last 7 years, Keenan, probably 2, maybe?
2?
Yeah, most of them are going on private property right now. Yeah. It'd be a good question to ask Kinder Morgan as well, as far as their
Yeah.
plans go. I can say that we've received far more APDs that haven't been perfected in drilling than not. So Kinder Morgan does submit APDs, and then they withdraw them or they change their mind. We stand ready to work with them. We actually just got done with a scoping period for one of the YWD wells. So, you know, they're moving along, and we're working with them in both pipelines and loop lines and different things. So, you know, we still work very closely with Kinder Morgan. It really is dependent on what they want out there on the ground and where they need that and that sort of thing in extracting the mineral resource.
Any other questions, Commissioners?
Not at this time.
Have a good week.
I'm
Thank
sure
you,
there
guys,
will
and
be.
nice to meet you.
Thank you.
We have our coroner, George Devers. Sorry, George, about the, having to make you wait.
Good morning.
Morning, George.
Good morning.
Don't have a lot. The morgue is almost up and running. I'm waiting on 2 plumbing fixtures. I'm hoping it'll be here Wednesday. And then other than that, we'll be ready to roll.
And did you get a hold of La Plata County? Because they've actually asked myself and Commissioner Ortel at several meetings when you're ready to start doing your autopsies.
Yeah, we've been talking. They're just waiting for a phone call. As soon as
Okay.
I call them, tell them we're up and running, they're ready to come over.
So what is that date? I guess I'm looking for a date.
I'm waiting for fixtures. You know how fixtures are whenever they're not coming in. They should have been here 2 weeks ago. I'd like to be up by the end of the week. But they were supposed to ship Friday. They didn't ship Friday, so I'm hoping they ship yesterday or today, and they'll be here tomorrow.
So hopefully fully functionable by March.
Yeah,
First.
and we could probably do a couple things to get it up and going until they get here.
That's only a couple weeks
But-
away.
So, but yeah, I'm
They're
hoping by the end of the
asking,
week.
and every time I talk to them, I'm like, well, we're working on it, and there
It
again.
takes time for stuff to get here. And two, a wall autopsy station costs $24,750. And I designed and built one and put one together for $3.
I was gonna
So-
say,
Right.
that could be beaten a bunch.
So, well,
Yeah.
just the things that I've been looking at, you know, that's where it's at, but I did it for $3,000. So I bought all the parts, I've been building it. I bought commercial restaurant sinks. I've had them modified a little bit to make it work, so it's
Couple weeks away, hopefully.
a couple weeks by the end of the week.
Hey, George, about how many square feet are you using in that building there for your lab?
It's right around 700.
700. Okay. So you're not taking half that building. You're taking just a little corner. You're just taking the southeast corner of it.
Yes.
Okay.
George, have you got the
Okay,
large
great.
coolers installed there yet?
Yeah.
Everything's,
Yeah, coolers are in, working. Like I say, everything's ready to roll. If I had 2 fixtures, we'd be up and running. All the plumbing's done, the electrical's all done, everything's installed, ready to go to work.
Did we get a backup generator installed on that place yet, George?
Not yet.
Not yet.
No, haven't seen or heard anything about that yet. So Steve said that we're gonna be working on it, but I'm not sure how that's going.
Who said that?
Steve was saying.
Steve? Yeah.
Are we, I hate to ask those questions, are we up or down on suicides in the county or?
We're down. It's early in the year. You can figure, last year was great. We were down, I think it was 4, I told you last month for the year. Usually we average 1 a month. We're at 1 and this is only the 2nd month of the year. So it's down. And
Okay.
usually we'll get several of them early in the year, kind of like where we've been January, February, March, and then it kind of slows down and it seems like August it picks back up. So I'm hoping to break our record from last year and have less.
Yeah, there you go. Break it the right direction, right?
Exactly,
I got you.
exactly.
that's a good goal. How do you, what's the implementation to reach the goal?
You tell me, you'll be a
Yeah,
Pulitzer Prize
you got
winner.
that crystal ball.
Go down to Sand Canyon, get outside, get
Yeah.
in the sunshine, and start doing something outside for activity.
Well, and I'm just going to throw a plug in here. I know that Access Mental Health is providing mental health first aid training coming up in Dove Creek, and then they will be doing more outreach events here in Montezuma County. So I'm going to throw that plug out.
For what for?
Mental health first aid,
I think, and then there's Opinion Project's doing something as well pretty soon.
QTR. In fact, they'll be presenting that at our next department head meeting.
Anything else for the coroner commissioners?
No, sir, I
just
have none.
anxious for you to get that baby put together.
Whenever we
Yeah.
get it done, I'd like
Yeah.
you guys to come down and look at it.
Yeah, we will.
We'd actually like to go
We
through
will.
that whole building,
Yeah.
including the evidence building, since
Yeah.
the county owns it. I know Steve said only 2 people can go in there, but I'm pretty sure that the commissioners can go wherever
Yeah.
they want.
Yeah.
I'll
So
let
we
you
would
in
like
my
to go
side.
look at that building.
Anything else?
Nope.
All right, you guys have a good day.
Thanks, George.
Thank you. All right, District Attorney report.
Clarissa.
Good morning.
Hi,
Sorry, you
Clarissa.
guys are
Morning.
stuck
Morning.
with just me. Our other attorneys are hard at work, so I'll make this really brief. I was just going to go over a few things.
Can you introduce yourself?
Oh, sorry,
Oh, yeah.
Clarissa Fuley with the District Attorney's Office. Office manager, not an attorney. So, we've already hit the ground running this year as it goes. We had a multi-agency meeting and we went over, there's some new juvenile legislative that's coming in, and so we went over that with law enforcement, trying to figure out how to write summons, what the wording needs to state, trying to get them directly into the juvenile court instead of, there's some that are allowed to go through county court to start with traffic cases, drug cases, possession type stuff. And so we're trying to divert all of that into the actual magistrate and juvenile court. So we got on board with everybody to do that, and just talking a few procedural things. And we have an attempted murder that happened on Valentine's Day, so working through that, and charges haven't been filed, so I can't discuss too many details on that. And then Mr. Margison will be going to trial on the murder that happened last year in Mancos. So June's going to be a very busy month for him. And I think that was the only thing that I was going to discuss. And then Mr. First had some notes that he wanted me to relay about extraditions. He kind of figured the sheriff might be bringing some of that information off. And I unfortunately missed some of the sheriff's speech earlier, so I don't know if he did talk about this or not. But I wanted to explain the process a little bit and why we need these people here. So somebody fails to appear, or a case is opened with an actual warrant, and the person absconds or they're out of state, whatever the case may be, we have a remaining warrant in our jurisdiction. We want to make sure those people come back and they pay for the crime, so to speak. We have victims that are waiting to get a result in the case, that kind of stuff. So we set a standard for levels of crimes get extradited within different mileage. So if you have petty offenses, it's only going to be within a 100-mile offense. If you have class 2 misdemeanors, we're going to do the 4 corners in a 200-mile radius. So we have set standards. We're not just, going to Louisiana to go pick up somebody for a DUI. We try to keep our expenses as low as possible for the sheriff's sake, and just we measure that level of severity and the need to bring the person back. So all of that's taken into consideration, and we've talked to dispatch. It's called packing warrants in the NCIC system, and so we've given them these guidelines. If it's this type of crime, please make sure to put these type of boundaries on that warrant. And so that's been working really well lately. Obviously, if there's some unique circumstance, they'll call the DAs 24/7 and get their opinion on whether we want to extradite that person back or not.
How many of
So-
those do you have a year? I think during our budget process, that's what he was talking about, because some of
We have a
those
lot.
become pretty high dollar cost if they're having to go to Florida, Louisiana, like you stated. I mean,
But-
how many a year do we do those that we have to do that?
We probably get, I'd say we probably get 1 or 2 a week, to be honest, but
So-
it's largely within the 4 states. The ones that they're having to travel California, Oklahoma, Florida for, those are less frequent. I'd say maybe one a quarter.
So for a year?
Possibly, yeah.
What is the average cost per those? Obviously, I realize it's depending on location and how far away they get, but if you averaged them all, what would that cost be? Because I think that was the rub was, it's costing us $4,000 per person to go get this. It all comes out of that budget, and then pretty quick there's a $20,000 hiccup out of that budget for.
And there's no recapturing those costs
Correct.
to go get them. There's no.
Well, we can ask for restitution from the defendant, which I know,
but you
right.
know how that goes.
Exactly.
You know how that goes.
Yeah. I don't ever see the numbers for those, so I'm not sure, but that does sound about right. I know it's a shot in the dark, but we do ask the sheriff, and they did submit one, I think, for juvenile, because I know the juvenile transportation, because of the lack of having denier, is creating a huge transportation cost for the sheriff.
Correct.
And so we've asked, to try to start filing those for him, and those are the only bills that I've seen recently, but $3,000 to $4,000 does sound correct. I mean, that's how much it takes for me to
But there wouldn't be a
drive.
like, say, a sexual assault or, something like that. We're going to go to the end of the world and bring that sucker back, right?
With
Yeah.
a big felony, absolutely.
Yeah, anything that's like a class 3 felony or higher, it doesn't matter where they're at, we're gonna go get them.
So his budget just increases if we have more of those. So
Yeah.
I think that's where the rub was, is if I remember that conversation right, when we were discussing it back in.
And it's a catch-22 because, we have this need that this
Yeah.
person has to,
Yeah,
be held accountable, and you have the cost of going and get them. And so that's why sometimes some of the felony ones, if it's just a high drug possession or something like that, it's a higher class felony that normally we could go extradite for. But the attorneys look at the circumstances, they look at, if the person has other cases in other jurisdictions, maybe they'll let them, serve their time. They're looking at jail time there anyway. Let's just, the warrant will remain open. They'll still have that held against them, but we're not going to have them transported. We're not going to pay for that. So they really do try to evaluate it case by case and try to be reasonable. I know it may not seem like it for the sheriff, and we do feel for him, but there's just those ones. We have to serve justice.
I'm not sure he didn't feel that way. It's just trying to budget it. How much do you budget this year? Is it
Right.
20
You
grand or is
don't
it
know.
50 grand?
Yeah.
That's a tough thing to weigh.
It really is.
Because we don't know, how many incidents are going to happen that we have to bring them back.
Yeah, and that's something we discussed at our multi-agency meeting, and we can certainly go back and look at some of the statistics from previous years and figure out if there's a good average or some kind of trend.
I'd
and
like
then
to see that.
Yeah,
If
sure.
you can give us at least a 3-year or maybe a 5-year average in the past, so the statistical data helps us when we're going through the budget process to know what kind of money has to be in there
Yeah.
for
and,
that.
Absolutely.
And Clarissa, is there any, and this I'm sure has been asked before, is there any way to put teeth in the restitution when a defendant's convicted and the judge says, you know what, you're going to pay this organization $15,000 in restitution for the damage and harm you caused? Is there what teeth is there to make sure that defendant is going to pay that restitution?
We actually have one of the best collections investigator in the state through the court. She does a phenomenal job, and her statistics are the best.
Yeah.
So they have different avenues that they can go, and that is holding any of their tax returns. They can garnish their wages. So you still have some catch that, it has to be somebody that pays their taxes. It has to be somebody that is employed. So you still sort of have that that can hinder it. But she has access to every avenue that their social security number is ever used for, and she can track all this information.
Like withholding public benefits?
What are her
Well,
statistics?
I don't know. There's some that they can't. Disability and Social Security, I think, are the two that may not
I'm
be able.
talking about Social Services Department
Yes.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's some of those type of programs that, yes, with funding can be withheld.
All right.
So the statistics you said
license,
she
too.
had, where does she stand in that percentage as far as being able to get those funds back?
It's low,
I-
Jim.
Yeah, I think it's
Slow.
like
Very low.
20% or something like that, because I just talked to Eric Hogue the other day about it. And overall, it is kind of low, but she is the highest in the state, so.
A lot of
you
it's
have
probably out
that.
of their control, you know,
Sure.
if they're serving 60 years in prison,
Yeah.
good luck.
Exactly, and
But
that's
there
part
are a
of it,
lot of them
too.
walking around the streets that have restitution orders against them that they're not paying too, John.
Yeah.
A lot of them.
And driver's license is the other thing. They can put a hold on their driver's license.
That's all I needed.
so it
I
remains
was just
suspended.
curious
Yeah.
what that,
Right.
what that
It's
number
poor.
was,
It's
because
poor. I mean,
when
it's
you
poor.
say high, to me, it means way over 50%, but you're way under 50%, so high.
For the category, she's high in her category.
Right, yeah. And I'm happy to get, because Eric, like I said, I just had a meeting with him 2 weeks ago, I think, and he had those numbers, and I'm happy to share those with you guys if you're interested.
Yeah, I like to see numbers.
Okay.
But that still is low.
Happy to bring them to you.
Do you have anything else on the list?
That was it. Unless you
Well,
guys
thank
have any questions or
Anything, any other
concerns about
questions,
anything.
Commissioners?
I
We were
don't.
gonna
Thank you,
keep it brief.
Clarissa.
Thank
Yeah.
I know you're a busy office.
Yeah. Thank you.
Emergency manager update,
Thank you,
Mike
Doris.
Pasquin. Good morning, Mike.
Or Mike.
Well, not a whole lot here, other than the hazard mitigation plan. That contract was signed, is awarded to Wood Environmental and Infrastructure Solutions. There's going to be a kickoff meeting on the 4th of March at 10 o'clock, and that's where the point of contact with Wood, he's going to pretty much lead the meeting. It's going to be remote. But it'll be a 2-hour meeting. We're going to establish a planning committee that's going to work with updating the plan. And it's going through and look at all the mitigation actions that are in the plan and what's been done with those actions, what needs to be changed with all of that. How can they be mitigated? What's the latest thing that's being done? Like grants, I put out information on grants. There's a whole bunch of grants out there now between DHS and FEMA that would apply to us. So that would all, that all feeds into that plan. That's the kickoff meeting. There'll be 2 additional meetings besides that one, and then they're going to conduct 3 workshops. And then the goal will be to have the plan completed by the 30th of September. That might slip just a little bit, and then it gets submitted to FEMA. And it's approved, and we still have a number of months in there before the current plan actually expires, which will be June of next year. So that whole, that thing's on track. So other than that, I'm working on putting together a number of files and information for whoever takes my place, so that there's a really good, smooth overlap situation with whoever that person's going to be. I know of one person that's going to apply for the job that is, in my opinion, very qualified. There's another person that's very qualified that is thinking about applying for the job, and he would be very qualified. So we'll just have to see what happens.
We'll have to advertise it and see who shows up. We hate to lose you, Mike. We can understand your reasons. I think we know your reasons for going, but you've been a good asset for the county and have done a good job in that emergency manager position for us, and we appreciate the work you've done.
Thanks, Ken.
Yeah.
Do appreciate it. Thank
Yeah.
you, Mike.
That did bring an email, but have we advertised yet for the position? Because Commissioner Candelaria brought up something, thinking about BA, right?
Right.
About what?
I think it.
In the job
I think it
description.
said in the job description it was
Bachelor of Arts.
mandatory to have a BA.
In a certain field.
Right. And I'm not sure that a BA is quite necessary. What
No,
is
I don't think so. I don't know how, it probably should have been an optional or preferred.
I concur with Commissioner Candelaria. I don't
Right.
think we need to have that.
No.
I mean, if you have it, that's fine, but I'm not sure it should be a.
No, I agree.
Requirement. There are a lot of people that are in that field that do not have BAs.
Correct.
So.
But if you wanted to,
As
you
I was
could.
reading
I think
through
we
that
can-
job description, I didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think we can adjust that, those requirements in that job description, the requirements in that position. I think we can adjust them however we want. So.
We can, because I rewrote it. I took
Yeah.
the one I had and I rewrote it, so.
Okay.
took some of the better examples from other descriptions in the state, so.
Good. Yeah.
Anything else?
Or do not. Good
All
luck.
right, good luck up there in Denver.
Yeah, go enjoy that big metropolitan.
Yeah, and the
I'll
chaos
tell you
and
what.
confusion. As long as there's not age discrimination when I look for another job.
You think you're
I
too
don't
young?
envy you.
Hmm?
Do you think you're too young?
Well, yeah. It could be, Shaq.
It could be.
Thank you, Mike, and good luck.
Thank you.
Chuck, you might have to go get Ed, because we have the,
I'll go find him.
okay, the Southwest Water Conservation District discussion.
Talking with Ken out here.
All right, now we can get a lot done. They've left, so let's get to work.
I was just leaving too. You know, I had a thought on not getting restitution out of criminals, and especially the higher ones that we have to extradite back for sexual assaults and murders and stuff like that. I was thinking a pretty good way to get restitution out of them
Come on up here, Ed.
might also solve our clean energy problem at the same time. Instead of burning coal, we'll just hook the turbines to be turned by hand, and the worst offenders get the peak hours, and they can work 12-hour shifts 7 days a week with 2 bologna sandwiches until they die. Sorry, it wasn't a joke, it was just an idea.
Apologies, I didn't expect you to go so fast. You want me to start or wait for?
No, let's wait for the other two commissioners. They should be here.
Ken Curtis is here and Gretchen for the Mancos Conservancy, so they're certainly welcome to come up if they want to talk during the panel, or you can take them comments later.
Would you guys like to come up and sit at the table?
I'll answer the question, but I mean, if you'd like. I don't have any prepared to speak.
Unfortunately, Don Schwinn is on his way to Family Farm Alliance in Reno, so he can't be here today, so he's delegated me to handle this, and Ken can probably speak for some of this for DWCD, et cetera, so.
Could you introduce
Yeah,
yourselves for us, or did you tell them that?
No, I was.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm Ed Millard. I represent Montezuma County on the Southwest Roundtable on water issues, and I represent the Southwest Roundtable on the Interbasin Compact Committee at the state level.
Ken Curtis with Dolores Water Conservancy District. Do you need an address?
No.
Gretchen Rank. I'm with the Mancos Conservation District, not the Conservancy District. So I wanted to make that. That's okay. Yep, they get mixed up a lot, but I wanted to make that delineation.
Thank you. Okay, Ed, if. Go ahead. Start
Go ahead.
No.
There was a Southwest Water Conservation District board meeting on Thursday. There was an agenda item on a bill that the Nature Conservancy and Trout Unlimited want to advance in the state legislature. It's not clear if they want to do it this session or a later session. And they want to amend a water law statute. And there was some controversy about it, and it has not been brought to your attention, and it's time it is brought to your attention so that you can weigh in on it. This bill apparently first got on the Southwest agenda in January 15th, but it wasn't on the agenda. It was raised in public comment, so I wasn't aware that it had been raised. And they took an action item to do some research, and then it came up Thursday, and again, it wasn't very well noticed. We didn't quite know what it was, and I was taken aback when it popped on their agenda, and before they were done, in the space of 15 minutes, they passed a motion. TU and TNC put in 6 letters of support, but we didn't even know it was coming, so we didn't put in a letter of opposition, but we should have. So, and that was raised in the meeting, that they had 6 letters of opposition. Everybody must be for it, and there was no opposition.
Well, Ed, let me ask you, how did they arrive at this meeting with 6 letters of support for this statute, rescinding this statute, and half the people on that board didn't even know it was coming?
Well, I need to walk you through the statute. It's a little bit complicated. There's 4 paragraphs in the statute for 4 different kinds of programs, and this is going to supposedly, there's an exemption that was put in statute in 2013, and then it was preserved in 2017 that exempts Division 7 from participating in these programs, and they need to remove that exemption. Mancos Conservancy wants to participate in conservation programs. Southwest wants to create a conservation program. We're fine with that as far as I know, although we need to start looking at what those conservation programs would compose of. Ostensibly, they only wanted to remove the conservation parts of this bill. Do you have these handouts? If you go to the second page, first, C, it says, in determining the amount of historical consumptive use for a water right in Division 4, 5, or 6, the water judge shall not consider any decrease in use resulting from the following. And then it lists a bunch of things. This was the 2013 language, so 4, 5, and 6 are only in the river district on the west slope.
Right.
2017, which was another bill was passed, and all of the Front Range, North Platte, San Luis Valley divisions were also included. But apparently J. Paul Brown or some representative in this area, there's 2, I don't know which, it just says a representative, demanded that Division 7 remain exempted. You know J. Paul Brown, he has a backbone. He probably doesn't like the idea of farms and ranches in Division 7 being fallowed, so he did the right thing as far as we're concerned, and he kept the exemption in. But we are now at risk that that exemption may be removed. We're okay with removing it probably on paragraphs A and B, a water conservation program of 2 different kinds. There's some concerns that it could be established by the state, and we wouldn't have control of that, but the plan is Southwest is going to write a conservation program, probably for Mancos and others, and we're fine with that as long as the terms are okay, that they're not following our farms. The problem paragraphs are C and D. An approved land fallowing program as provided by law in order to conserve water or to provide water for compact compliance. That doesn't say demand management, but it is a textbook definition of demand management. And D, a water banking program as provided by law, which is also a concern.
I agree with you 100%.
So we're willing to compromise on this. We're fine with them removing the exemption on paragraphs A and B, but we want to keep them on C and D. I don't think I need to cover much of this. On the last page, there's a brief blurb that it's from the Denver University Law, and it basically says, in the initial draft of HB 1233 in 2017, the sponsor sought to apply this rule to all 7 of Colorado's water divisions. However, at the Senate second reading, the Senate passed Senator Crowder's proposed amendment to remove Water Division 7 of southwestern Colorado from the bill. Senator Crowder explained that the feedback from the representative from that water division led him to propose the amendment. This was in the packet that Southwest handed out, but at the meeting they said they did not know why Division 7 was exempted. But it's pretty obvious there a representative asked for us to be exempted, and 2017 was J. Paul Brown's last year as representative on the east side of our district. So they should have known why it was there, but they apparently didn't do their homework. The second problem we have here is I waited patiently to give in my comments to this bill, and they were going to skip over me, and I said, I have comments here, and I stood up and I said, this is not just a conservation program statute. It is an enabling statute for demand management, and we do not want that exemption removed. At that point, Jenny Russell accused me of propagating conspiracy theories, that this had nothing to do with demand management. Beth Van Verst, our lawyer, read what I just read to you. It's obviously it does, but she was basically saying that I was engaging in a conspiracy and trying to cover something up. I was not. I was just trying to convey to them the facts about the statute, and they didn't do their homework. I didn't have a very good chance to do that because she was basically saying I was propagating a conspiracy theory when I was the only one in the room that knew what was in the statute. So the 2 concerns are here is A, they're pressing ahead with this in a rushed way, and they didn't seem to know what they did. I sent this statute to all of those people, Frank Kugel, Bob Wolf, Don Schwint, Beth Van Verst, and Melly Whiting in November 21st. John Courier sent it to me. I didn't know it was in there until November 21st, and John Courier from the River District sent it to me. None of them may have read that email, but I did flag it to them as a demand management bill and that we were concerned about removing it. It is possible that when I did that, I told Melly that it was there and they decided to remove it under the pretense of conservation programs. I don't think Gretchen or Mancos Conservancy would have known about this. I can't prove it. It's a 50-50 toss-up. None of them may have read this, and it was just unfortunate and inadvertent oversight that they didn't realize it was following statute too. So,
I'd like to direct a question towards Ken. Ken, do you see this, the debunking of this statute as affecting full-service farmers and their ability to do something with their water where I know it's Bureau of Reclamation water, and I know they're under a lot of other restrictions, but could this be an opening for them to fallow and do something else with their water?
Commissioner Ertel, no, not for full service. There is a long history of this. A lot of the presumably conserved water was intended for environmental benefits. In-stream flow would be one potential use of conserved water. But actually, this is just about how you do the computations of the historical consumptive use. So it actually doesn't stop demand management, but if you are doing a conservation program or demand management, they're both in there. I'm not going to deny that in the water bank, that it's not counted against your historical consumptive use calculations. So alternatively, you can still participate in one of these programs, be it conservation or demand management or the water bank, but it could affect your historic consumptive use calcs as used by the referee when you're in water court for a change case. Right. So the first thing is, if you're not in water court for a change case, this is somewhat irrelevant. I'm not saying it's not a hindrance to demand management in some of these things, but it's not an absolute go, no-go issue. So it doesn't have a lot of effect on full service area. MVI, due to their different ownership, is a totally different animal. I'm not, water legal. I don't want to make statements that are beyond my water limited legal knowledge. So traditionally, it's set up for a more traditional someone diverting off a river. They flood the field or do whatever they do with their irrigation. Some of it returns to the river. They do they do something different. They're diverting less water, and somewhere down the road, they want to change out water somewhere. They go to a water court and they can say, hey, I was in this approved plan for these years. Don't use these low numbers in my calculation. That's a technical use of this application. I'm not saying it doesn't open the door or that its concerns aren't real, but it was kind of handled only focused on the conservation angle last Thursday, totally ignoring the two paragraphs that Ed pointed out. Right. And so I thought the conversation was a little shallow and should have been more in-depth as a water policy matter. And hopefully you can at least circle back and bring it to their attention. Yeah.
And I'd just like to let the audience know what we're talking about here in simple terms. So Montezuma County wouldn't have existed unless they drilled that hole through that mountain over there and kicked the water from the Dolores River into Montezuma County. We've been talking about, commissioners, what would the land worth be here if there was no water coming? And it would be worth hardly nothing. We would dry up and go away. So demand management, what demand management is this compact that is between the upper and the lower basins, is where, say you have 100 acres and they come along and say, well, we're going to pay you for 50 shares of your water. Say you have 100 shares, we're going to pay you for 50 shares of your water, not to use your water and send it down to Lake Powell. Am I correct on how I suggested that? So this is what the problem with in our community. We are actually at the forefront of this problem. The problem with that is it's really simple economics, and that is if you farm 100 acres of alfalfa, then you hire somebody, you go buy fertilizer, you hire people to spray it, or you buy a tractor, you spread that out, and you buy all these different things, which the community is all participating in, where that money is moved around. If somebody comes and pays you to not farm your land, then say that it's $50,000, you might go buy a new pickup, but just one person benefited from that, where multiple people, by the land being farmed, shares in the way that money is spread. That's why this is so important, because we all know that once you give somebody something, especially a lower city, and they get used to it, they don't want to give it back. And so earlier, and I know it's a different situation, the Ute tribe, and I can't remember the number, was it a couple $100,000 when the Ute tribe wanted to send their water down on the, and that was actually Commissioner Tell has a description of how that worked. But anytime that you open the door to let them in the door, then there's the possibility that in the long run that it would be detrimental to this community. And that's why we're very hesitant when these kind of issues arise. I don't know if you want to add to that or.
No, I think everybody has a kind of a gut level fear of what this drought contingency business is about, and especially the aspect of demand management. And Colorado's got a beautiful example of what happens when you start allowing your water to be used and sold off of the land to different entities. And Crowley County went from a very fertile, well-producing, productive piece of farming county over on the Eastern Plains. It's now a dust bowl. There's nothing there but weeds and junk, and they sold their water, and the town, that place is basically dried up and blown away. And that's, I think our citizenry in this county needs to realize that water in this county is absolutely liquid gold, above and beyond Kinder Morgan and everything else. Water in this county is the lifeblood of this county. If we take the attitude and the idea that we can, for short-term profits, start selling our water downstream down to a bank in Lake Powell to make compact compliances and do things with our water here, it's a very dangerous path to walk. And I didn't know this until we started in all this drought contingency and demand management, that our storage right in McPhee is a very junior right. Our water in McPhee is going to be one of the first waters that they come after for a curtailment or a demand on a call on the Colorado River. They're going to start looking at these storage reservoirs in this upper basin and start kicking their water out to make things right in that lower basin. And I'll tell you, we're coming upon a renegotiation of that 2007 interim guidelines, and I'll tell you, this upper basin had better get on their big boy boots and be ready to do some negotiating that they didn't get done back in 2007. They got used. This upper basin bunch got used by the Arizona and that lower basin bunch. They're getting millions of acre feet of water, and at the same time asking us to start doing something to conserve and drought contingency and demand management our water up here when we're not even using our upper basin entitlement. I mean, it's the most insane deal I've ever gotten myself involved with.
And I would just like to bring up, so knowing that there is at risk, not saying that there is, but there is the possibility that we could hurt our county tremendously. I'm asking what Mancos, what you guys were asking the money for, that might put all of the rest of our farmers in jeopardy. What is it that you're asking for the money for the exemption?
So we are not asking for any financial support. Our Conservation District Board did do their research before supporting this bill. Currently, what is available to our landowners is to subdivide and sell off small parcels without the water attached to it. So the Conservation District works very hard on those parcels of land that are bought by new landowners coming in, or somebody that has come in and is developing a new subdivision on agricultural land that used to provide products for the county. Definitely noxious weeds. That land is permanently dried up. Our landowners in the Mancos Valley are also facing an economic bottom line for their farms and ranches. Some of them have not recovered from the drought of 2018. And so again, their option is to subdivide small parcels of land and sell that in order to increase and keep what part they can keep in their third, fourth, and fifth generation families, facing foreclosures, facing those types of issues. My board did do their research. These conservation programs that are available are voluntary, they're temporary, and they compensate agricultural producers for a lease of their water right.
A lease, not a sale. Are you certain
A
it's
lease,
going
not
to
a
be a
sale.
lease, not a sale?
I can't ensure that because the Conservation District advocates for the power being
In the
private landowner, and that it's our responsibility as a conservation district to recommend and advise on best management practices and conservation planning that's the best for the watershed wide. And we have a over 70-year history of providing that in the Mancos Valley. We're not opposed to a change to what has already been proposed in the bill, but we definitely want to be at the table and working to advocate for our landowners and the needs that we are seeing due to drought in the Mancos Valley watershed, making sure that we're able to provide these without a risk or fear of a loss of a water right. We don't believe that fear should ever inhibit a private landowner from being able to make a decision on their property, on their land, and with their water.
A question, is your conservation district taking a look at storage so that you might be able to sustain some of the more droughty times? Montezuma County did really pretty well during that drought simply because we had a full reservoir over there. Now our tail end of that year was pretty ugly because we'd used all of our water, but if you're looking at wanting to secure water rights, have you looked into storage facilities and maybe building some storage for your water users where the drought may not impact them quite so heavily?
So our board of directors has been in conversations with the Mancos Water Conservancy District. There are certainly plans in place, and there's been a lot of feasibility studies done around additional storage. That doesn't put the right within the local landowner to do with their water what they see is the best for their particular farm or ranch, again, on a voluntary, temporarily, and compensated basis. The other piece that we are currently looking at are what kind of options are legally available to our local landowners around conservation programs with the exemption of Division 7 staying in place. So that is something that we have brought in water attorneys and water engineers through a hydrology modeling process for the Mancos watershed to look at what are those possibilities for our local landowners if the exemption stays in place.
What is temporary? Voluntary, temporary, and compensated? I mean, I bet, what's that time frame? What is temporary? Is that a year?
I believe it's different based on the conservation program that you would enter into. One of, I think the most popular that's been used is the 5 and 10, where you, for 5 of your 10 years, you release that water or a part of your water for a municipal, a recreational, environmental purpose outside of agriculture.
What is voluntary? What if you don't get enough volunteers, and compensated by whom?
So voluntary is up to the landowner to voluntarily enter into that program. I believe those programs currently are available through the Colorado Water Conservation Board or River Network. What the Conservation District would like to do, though, is work with Southwestern and develop our own conservation programs that fit for our valley and our landowners.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Ed?
I talked to Bob Wolf this morning. He's the chair of the Southwest Board, and he certainly wants to de-escalate this conflict and come to a resolution. He made a commitment that they did not intend for this to remove the following parts of the statute. They did want to support a conservation program. I'm not opposed to that. They probably have a teleconference in 2 weeks, a board meeting, and he encouraged us to participate in that. And he unfortunately does not have a board motion to clarify what happened on Thursday. The biggest problem with what happened on Thursday, it was unclear what was happening. They did not make it clear. They didn't allow us time to look at it. They rushed through it, and that is a problem. I didn't want to be here today because they're the ones that pulled the pin on this. So,
is there something that we can do is there something this Board of Commissioners can send to the Southwest Water Conservation District, a statement that we want this before this becomes their proposed change in that statutory regulation, that we want another hearing, more hearings on this, or what do you recommend we send them?
We can certainly put in a letter of opposition for removal of the fallowing and ATM parts of this, but from listening to Gretchen, I get the impression that they may want to do some of those programs too. So we need to have clarification. I talked to Gretchen after the meeting, she said crop switching and more benign forms of demand management or conservation. But if they want to do fallowing too, then I think we're at somewhat more of an impasse because we don't want to fallow our fields.
Right.
As far as for demand management, which is where the voluntary temporary compensated comes from, Jenny Mitchell was repeatedly interrupting me saying it's voluntary, and saying I shouldn't be complaining about it because it's voluntary. Unfortunately, if this goes into a full-fledged demand management program, it's going to be voluntary and proportional. Mm-hmm. And those people overlook that every time.
Mm-hmm. I think Gretchen wanted to say something. I would think we would be better just write a letter of protest, not nitpick about the A and B, so we could have a meeting. I tell you, it's too important of an issue to take, maybe, to me, and I've heard one lawyer say one thing, and then the next lawyer that's getting paid by the opposite side says the other thing. But our 28,000 people that live here, for me, actually, and I know it's not that, but I don't think the water should be separated from the land anyway. I tell you what, there's a very easy fix for this whole thing, is that the water should always stay with the land. But anyway, that's a... Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify, I have not been contacted by any landowners that want to fallow. You just asked about some of the conservation programs that are currently available, and that's one of them that's currently available, is the 5 and 10. So I have not been contacted by any landowners that are looking at following. We don't have any specific plans in place with any landowner in the Mancos Valley because currently these programs aren't available without that risk to the water right. Currently, landowners could enter into these conservation programs. There's just that risk to them around the use change. But I just wanted to clarify that.
You know, another thing for me, when you add volunteer and compensation together, it has a whole different meaning. I mean, a volunteer means, okay, I'm going to do this for free.
Nothing.
When you're being compensated, it's a whole different ballgame. And I don't think those two words, I think it's misleading to use the two words together.
And compensated by whom?
Well, that will be, you will find out whom when you put it up on the block to see who wants to buy it.
So then it's
find
open.
out
So
there's
the
a great deal of
compensation is
interest in that
open.
water.
It's open to anybody.
The demand management part is being discussed by these demand management work groups, and they're talking about sales taxes, but it would probably be a single buyer from the state, probably CWCB. These other programs they're talking about, I assume it's CWCB, in-stream flow program would certainly be under the auspices of CWCB, so the worst case for demand management, they could be putting 500,000, eventually 2 million acre feet down there, and the citizens of Colorado will have to tax themselves to buy that water from the farmers and ranchers, so we'll be paying taxes, sales tax, for example. Then they're gonna dry up our farms and ranches with the secondary impacts, and then the water's gonna go down the river to Lake Powell. How does that make any sense? Because we're already giving them so much surplus water now.
Yeah, they've got so much surplus now that, and we're not even using our entitlement. We're within what, 2 million acre feet of our entitlement?
We're 4.5, the entire upper basin, we're using around 4.5 million acre feet, so there's 3 million sort of missing. Some of that is going to Lake Powell, so probably 2 million is what we're sending them, so, of evaporation, so.
Yeah, to me, that's so upside down, it just doesn't even make
I don't want to
sense.
be taxed for this, I don't want to drive for farms to do this.
I would actually, can we talk about, I'd like to know about the makeup of the board. So one of those is a representative that the county appoints. What I'm asking the question is, and maybe you can't answer this, is how often does this board have opposition votes? How often are they unanimous, for or against, or how often is there split votes?
I wouldn't have any way to say that. It is pretty common, it's certainly common at CWCB level, which is the state level board, that they take staff recommendation and they unanimously support it. I seldom see split votes, but I'm sure there are some on some issues.
Okay.
So again, Bob Wolf does want to diffuse this. He does want to appear before the Board of County Commissioners as soon as they can, but unfortunately Frank Kuykendall is leaving for Reno, the same as Don Schwinn is for Family Farm Alliance. They have requested to be on your agenda the 25th, but Shaq told me that is full, so you guys need to decide if you want to make room for them, because I certainly would like you to hear from them and question them about this, so.
I don't know what's on the agenda.
Well, we've got the regular morning agenda, and then the afternoon, we've committed to go do the tour of Ironwood.
Oh, that's right.
So we could squeeze it in the afternoon, and we could eat a real late lunch. I'm fine with that.
We're going to make it happen. I tell you what, this is more important than touring Ironwood.
We can figure it out.
Yeah, we'll get it on the agenda. But in the meantime, I think we need a letter of protest. We need
I
to
do
see
too.
a
I
letter of
Opposition.
I don't believe that all of the sheep were in the pen when this was let out. I don't think they did a good job of informing people of what they were going to do.
They're aware of that. Bob apologized for that. I hope it was all unintentional, but
Yeah, I
there
do
is certainly
too.
a possibility they just
That it
wanted to
was
slip
not.
it through quick. And I'm sure Gretchen and Mancos Conservancy wouldn't have been involved in that. But I want to make the key point about voluntary, because Jenny interrupted me multiple times. It's voluntary, so shut up. She didn't say that, but she said it's voluntary. It's voluntary. If we go to the full-blown demand management program, it's going to be voluntary and proportional.
And that's where you're going to get killed.
This is my role at IBCC. We're trying to resolve proportionality and equity, and the thing you need to be aware of is if proportionality is done by post-compact depletions, which is how it's being done between the Front Range and the River District, potentially,
We're going to lose.
Southwest,
Lose big.
the biggest post-compact depletions would be the TMDs to the Front Range. They have like 500,000 acres. The second would be Southwest, and the third would be Yampa. The Colorado River District and Gunnison are not exposed to demand management. If they're going to do proportionality and we have to put up this number of acres to fulfill our proportionality, it's no longer voluntary. Or is it? I mean, they've never resolved
They've never
this.
defined that.
They've
They've
not
never-
talked about
yeah,
it.
there's-
I want them to stop pushing this program forward until they can come up with a coherent program to explain what they're going to do to us. If we start removing these barriers and then they define this program is we have to put up X amount of water to satisfy proportionality, this is no longer a voluntary program.
no.
It is for the farmer, but it's not for the basin or our county or DWCD or MVI. So that is my fundamental concern. I may be open to removing all of these restrictions after they define a program. If it's truly voluntary, that we can ignore it and there will be no consequences. But I'm not from Missouri, but I'd like them to show me. So that's mostly my biggest concern when people start shouting voluntary here is there's a big contingent of not voluntary. We're being threatened from multiple different directions that we have to participate in this program, or we'll face preemptive curtailment. We'll face condemnation by the cities to start taking water. That doesn't sound very voluntary to me when they start making threats like that to encourage us to volunteer our water. So if you listen to Kelsey McElroy, the sociologist, whenever she talks about voluntary, she uses air quotes. Is it voluntary? If you've read her paper, it doesn't sound very voluntary when you start putting it at the state level, and there's droughts and there's threats of curtailment. So I just want them to slow down. I tried to get them to slow down, and they steamrolled us on Thursday. So, and they did not know what they were talking about. At least they didn't act like they did as far as what was in the rest of the statute. And they would not let me bring my points forward that this is also a demand management enabling statute.
So if we send a letter of opposition and then Bob Wolf will be in here on the 25th, or if we can.
Frank
we can make
Kugel
that
asked to be
happen.
in, probably Bob Wolf, Don, he's gone. I don't know when he's going to be able to make it in, so.
All right, Commissioner, anybody motion to do a letter of opposition for the?
Yes, I would.
May I?
Oh,
Just
go ahead.
within your letter, one thing is probably recommend they don't push it in this session. I was a little unclear last Thursday why they were making a decision about potential legislative changes in the mid-session. That would just be a rush. And so they ought to take their time, and that's actually one thing Don tried to slow walk it a little so they could think more, but it didn't happen.
But
So I
which way
mentioned
did he
that in the
vote?
letter.
Yeah, but which way did he vote?
I believe he went
If he-
silent to the majority, or to the unanimous.
Well, that's not what I'm looking for as a
So
representative.
you'll have to check the records for that, but at that point, I don't believe he.
It was recorded as unanimous, although he wasn't particularly vocal about it.
So I had at least specifically asked that they don't rush it in this session, and I don't know why
So
they
put it off
would.
until next year to the next session.
At least
Is
till
that
they
enough
can
time?
address you guys and think through this, how it would work for all the parties. And I think that is, and obviously you'd CC your legislators, would be my recommendation.
Okay, back to the motion.
I think.
I would like to move that we send a letter of opposition to Southwest Water Conservation District in opposition of their efforts to debunk House Bill, what is that?
1233?
1233?
Well, there isn't a House bill yet.
But
The
it's statutory.
The 17, the bill that's referenced is from 2017, the last time this came up. So there isn't a House bill yet.
Okay, all right. What?
My recommendation would be that you make a motion to oppose removing the Division 7 exemption, and I can give you the specifics. It's actually, let's see, where is it? It's CRS 3792-305, Prin 3, Prin C is the bill that we're talking about here. And you basically want to make a motion to oppose removing the Division 7 exemption from paragraphs C and D. And we probably should take A and B under some advisement, because there is reference to programs that are designed by a state agency, and it certainly is possible CWCB could design a demand management program and call it a conservation program and fall under A.
Why don't we
So-
do, could you, and I know it's asking.
I'll write it up. I was going to
that's
try to write one up before I got here, but I was on calls.
Because I
and-
know I'm going to screw this up good, yeah.
I basically want you to make a motion to oppose removing this exemption, so.
I think we can get with, if you'll get with John, that way we can have the
That would be great.
opposition
I would
correct. But I
appreciate
think to simplify it for Commissioner Tell, I think what you're going is just to oppose.
And to be sure, the postponement of any action in this legislative session specifically.
Right, oppose the removal of Division 7 exemption.
Right.
Bob did assure me if they did try to take it forward as is, that Southwest would testify against it, and they would probably not, they would try to stop it if they did press ahead without waiting on anything,
Well,
so
this-
we
this
do have
should
that
give-
assurance.
This should give him more ammunition then.
Yeah, I would appreciate it. Again, it was a problem that we had 6 letters of support and none opposition, because we didn't even know this was coming, so. We probably should talk to Dolores County, and Dolores County voted to support it too, but I'm not sure they knew what they were supporting, so.
Yeah. There are days I like to tangle up with Dolores County, and there are days I don't like to tangle up with them. I think we need to do this as our county right now and stand alone with that. So get with John Baxter, and you get the verbiage and the wording to him for that letter.
And has the motion been made then?
Yes. I would make the motion that we are in opposition to the removal of the Division 7 exemption in Colorado statutes, and that statute number is CRS 37-92-305, parentheses 3, parentheses C, and to also pay specific attention to paragraphs A and B in our determination here that was presented to us today, and also make it very clear that none of this should be even proposed or thought about in this legislative session, should not show up until at least the 2021 legislative session.
Second.
Been a motion and a second to write a letter of opposition to the proposed Division 7 exemption rule. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Good. We know you're trying to do what's best, but we just want to
Yeah.
make sure all the bases are covered before we pull the trigger, because volunteer and being paid does not go together. It's just ridiculous. Volunteer means I'll do it for free. I don't know how else. If you want to put your land in a conservation easement and you want to do it for free and not be compensated by the taxpayers, go for it. Otherwise, if you're being compensated, it's a whole different meaning.
It's a different ballgame.
And it's not the word volunteer.
Nope.
I'll volunteer for a lot of things. You start throwing a bunch of money at me, but that's not volunteering.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Thanks, Ken. Thanks, Gretchen, and thanks, Ed. We appreciate your input today.
Thank you for being here, guys.
Yeah, thank you. John Baxter, the county attorney report. City.
City attorney.
Sorry, speaking of the city, no, I don't have anything to report.
James Dietrich, natural resource planning
Morning,
and public
James.
lands report.
Morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
So the first order of business I have today is a request to add the McElmo Creek flume to the county historic registry. So, and that's kind of an obvious one. It actually
Somehow I thought that was already done, but I guess not.
No, we hadn't officially done that yet.
We got
But
so
it
much
makes sense.
historical, I mean, we got so many grants and money from all those. I just thought that was an automatic, but it's.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it actually would have helped at the front end if we had had that.
Already had it historically designated, huh?
Absolutely,
Wow.
yeah.
Okay.
So, but for now, I don't see any downside to it, so, so the request has been made.
So do we need to motion that or move that?
Yes, and so I did want to explain that the ladies have been asking for a little more assistance in you know, what to put into the cover letter and stuff like that. So what I did is I put together a nomination form, and basically all it does is tell them what to put into the cover letter. So hopefully that'll help structure things just a little bit more. We don't want to go paper heavy on this, but that will give them a little bit of a head start. So.
Okay.
And so that's it. I think everybody knows enough about the flume. We don't need to beat a dead horse to
That
death.
shouldn't be a battle, should it, James? I mean, that shouldn't be, to get that designation, that should be a slam dunk.
Oh, no,
shouldn't
no,
it?
this is, and it's all up to you. All we need is the, you know, the historic board to say that, yeah, we agree with it. And so it'll work through Don Haley in the planning office. So,
So I
I'm
would
just bringing
move-
the nomination forward at this point.
I would move that we accept the nomination of the Montezuma Valley Irrigation Company flume number 6, the McElmo Creek flume for the Montezuma County Historical Registry.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve a nomination of the Montezuma Valley Irrigation Company flume number 6, the McElmo Creek flume for the Montezuma County Historic Registry. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. So the next order of business is been evaluating the roads that we had that meeting with Central Federal Lands about a couple weeks ago. So what I've got together here is kind of a draft of, what I did is took a stab at doing some prioritization of some of these roads. And so what we see here is red, yellow, and green. The colors don't look that great there, but that's what they are. The red roads would be priority roads. The yellow roads would be secondary, and then the green roads would be third level priority. So all the roads in concept are main roads that lead to and provide access to federal lands. And so, I did work with the BLM and Forest Service on this. For example, you'll notice that the roads up there by Phil's World have been identified. Those get a lot of traffic. Probably in the future, we're going to see more traffic. We've got parking lots and, a variety of infrastructure things up there to take care of. So that was listed as a priority level road. It doesn't mean that it'll ever become a priority project. However, it is, it's a high priority, I think. And again, we have flexibility with this. It's just a first draft at it. One of the things I would point out is that, they're telling us is that the minimum project size is 50 million. So, so that's why putting things like McElamo Canyon, the whole road on there, makes a lot of sense. So we did focus on the potential haul roads, taking that in consideration for, the timber projects coming off the forest. We also took into account, some of the issues the BLM is having down there on Canham, in particular the road into Painted Hand Ruin. So, and we'll continue to work with them on this. And again, it's flexible, but I thought it'd be nice to give CFL a little more information. They didn't ask for a prioritization, but I think they'll be happy to have it. So.
Very good job. This is extremely important map. This will definitely be used.
You bet it is. And I appreciate you getting that into the Yucca down there, the little red blurb down into Yucca. I think that,
Yeah, that seems like a very good one to add. I don't know if we can get 50 million for it, but anyway, but the point is we may have to cobble some of these together to get to that point. So.
Yeah, may have to put 2 or 3 of them together to get there. I mean, that doesn't say you couldn't do 2 or 3 or 4 different roads,
Certainly.
Get County Road G and County Road 8, or all of those, and then 16 that go out,
Okay.
Good job.
Anything else?
Yeah, I wanted to let you know that I've been working on, the Forest Service is going to open up the EA to evaluate the Boggy Draw trail system going from 50-inch to 60-inch. Okay, so we had some conversation about that with the MCRAC, and everybody's wondering what the value is to that, to the overall concept of getting up to the Rimrocker Trail. So I took a crack at finding an alternative route that would work its way along the north side of the reservoir and still come back down into the river valley, and take advantage of some of the infrastructure that's down there that's not being utilized very, very heavily. It does look like, based off of aerial photography, you can connect a 2-track that goes all the way through there that would be a separate route from the main roads. So we can evaluate that and see if that's something valuable or not. One thing I did want to point out is it's actually all in Dolores County. So having them on board and having some conversations with them would be very helpful. I don't know for sure if it fits what they want.
Do you have it mapped out, James?
I do have it mapped out. I presented it today, but I was having some problems with my mapping program. So.
But it'd be nice to see after you.
Yes, I will certainly bring that forward. And we're going to discuss this a little more with the MCRAC this week. So hopefully we'll have some more information for you. And then the other thing we're going to discuss with the MCRAC is all the vegetation management projects that are happening up on the Glade and that Boggy Draw. Because we are getting some feedback from recreationalists about that. So we'll want to integrate that and provide some good information to the Forest Service.
Okay. Anything else?
Okay. Nope, that's it, gentlemen.
Commissioners, anything else for James?
I have none. Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay.
James. That was
Thank you.
very well done.
I don't know if you might, since your natural resource might want to be involved in that letter with John and Ed and John Baxter and Ed Miller, you may have some insight there too.
I'm always available to help wherever anybody would like.
Okay. Yeah. Let James read it. Perfect.
Okay, very
Thank
good.
you.
All
Thank you,
right.
gentlemen.
Thanks, James.
One of the low parts of our commissioner meeting, the Shack Powers Administrator Report.
One of the only things I have for you is a notice that the quarterly local government breakfast that you spoke about a couple of weeks ago that you can't get city council members to attend will be March 11th at Benny's at 7:30 in the morning. For
Great.
those of you who don't know the location, it's right over there.
All right.
Other than that, I don't have anything for you at this point.
You've got to be kidding.
That's it.
You're always full of a lot of ideas.
I already let my joke go and my comment on clean energy, so.
Use next week's joke.
Haven't written it yet.
Okay, well, thank you.
You've broken that man. You have broken
You can't break that man, trust me. That man is very tough. Commissioners report. Which one of you commissioners would like to start?
Go ahead.
I don't have much to report. Other than black powder still goes boom, and there's a lot of pyro in Lake Havasu, Arizona, and they had 4 days of it, and I got every bit of it. So
Do you,
I don't have,
do you have any idea how many dollars?
Black
worth
powder.
oh my gosh.
He goes there for,
Hundreds of thousands of dollars of pyrotechnics were exploded and blown up on, in the four-day winter blast at Lake Havasu. So it was fun week. Got to take a couple of ambulance boys down with me. The Lindsay boys went with me, and my grandson went with me, and so we had a fun weekend.
all right, Commissioner Kent.
Very good. Wednesday, I did have my office hours here. I did talk to Silverton, who had presented to us on Tuesday. After visiting with him and talking to him, most of his issues deal with the school board. He is going to go in front of the school board, or he said he was going to go talk to them. Thursday, I was part of the the MMOF multimodal operation funding review. We spent the day reviewing all the applications for those grants, and those will go in front of the TPR on the 13th of March to be ratified. If they're ratified there, then we'll be able to let all the people know that they were either successful or unsuccessful. Friday, I was going to go to the legislative session, but depending on the weather and everything that was going in Denver, I backed out. I think it was probably a pretty good idea to stay home instead of dealing with the issues that they were having up there. Let's see, I had something else here. Oh, that's it.
Okay, and I did attend the meeting in Denver. I was going to be going on Thursday, but my airline was canceled because of the storm on Wednesday. So I ended up going Friday morning for the day for the session and back. There was multiple counties that did not make it because of the weather up in Denver, and so there was a lot of phone in. But a lot of the legislative sessions have stalled or been PI'd, which is postponed indefinitely. One of the topics that was been brought up by I think it's Senator Rankin, a topic about Airbnbs and compensation, or I mean taxation, where they would go from 7.2%, if I got that right, Don. I'm not for what but it's 7.15 or 7.2 is what our residential value is, and then it would go to over 30 days to 28%. Commercial. Anyway, that's just a conversation. I would like to weigh in on it. I don't see what's the difference between an Airbnb and a rental. And I don't see, I mean, it's that simple to me. If you got a house and you want to rent it to somebody, it's
you know, you touched on it, very interesting. While I was in Lake Havasu, I got all the Phoenix television. So I got to watch these ads. And there are these guys out there that will buy your house over the telephone. And that's exactly what they're going to do with all those homes. They're going to turn those into vacation rentals, VRBOs and stuff. And out there were three different guys down there that would buy your home basically through a photograph and where is as is, and I know that they're going to turn those into vacation rentals. They're going to turn them into rental homes, and they're in direct competition with our hotel operators and resort operators. And I'm with you. I think if they're going to do that and buy up these homes and turn them into commercial enterprises, then you know what? You're fair game. You've got a commercial enterprise going there, and you collect lodger's tax just like he does, and you pay commercial rates on your property. It's a commercial endeavor.
Actually, I'm opposite. I think that you should pay the lodger's tax, but if I rent my house out for 2 months at a time or half a year, I still pay 7.2.
Or what if you buy that house and you rent it out all year long? What is it then?
It's 7.2.
That's wrong, I think. There's millions of houses
that people rent that they are that way right now.
I think they're getting a skip. You're operating a commercial enterprise out of that house. You're doing it for profit. You're commercially advertising on VRBO. You're putting your house out there to any Tom, Dick, and Harry to come stay in it for money, and you're gaining money from it. It's a commercial enterprise. And I think if that's what you choose to do, by all means do it. But you get to pay the commercial rate.
And I guess my argument is the county. Why does the county keep needing all this money? When is it when, because I can tell you what, if you have a family of 10 and you go to the hotel, you got to get 5 rooms.
Sure.
At $200, that's $1,000.
You get a big house with 5
But
bedrooms.
if you got this family of 10, you could go to the house for $300.
Sure.
So that left $700 in that family's pocket, meaning that they're going to go take that $700 and they might go up to Mesa Verde. They might go do all these other things that they wouldn't have done before. So I guess what's for me, it seems like government always wants more, when maybe they need to do with less. And the more money you can put in the pocket of those families.
Well, then you give him the same rate on his motel. Give him 7.5% on his motel.
I think that's where the difference is between long-term and short-term rentals.
Yeah.
I think that's the real discussion. It's not, it's just the definition of the long-term and the short-term. So
I like Commissioner Martin's theory about it. Leave the damn landowner alone and let them, they'll be just fine. Government, we don't need any more money. My gosh, how much are we going to siphon from everybody?
Well, but I'm not arguing that, but I'm saying if that's what you're going to do, give this man the same advantage. Charge him 7.5% on his real estate. So they're doing
the commercial rate is way too high in my
They're doing
opinion,
the
but that's
and
not.
I don't disagree with that,
that's not-
Commissioner Candelaria. But
Now we're talking. So let's lower
if you're-
all the commercial
Let's
rates
look
to
at the commercial
7.2.
rates, I think is what you need to do, and I don't know if 7.2 is the right number, but I do say that, how do you get the commercial rate so much higher?
I'll tell you how you do
than
that.
residential.
For every penny of sales tax you generate in your county, you reduce their assessed valuation by, or not their assessed valuation, but their property tax, their mill increase, their mill levy by 10 or 15 points.
But that's set by the state.
What is?
The
mill
rate
levies?
is set by the state.
No,
No, we
no,
can
the mill-
adjust the mill levies.
The mills,
but-
yeah, the mills of what
but
we charge
the-
for that. And that's how you
but the
bring
rate
that
is
20,
set by the state.
28% down, is that for every cent of sales tax, you start reducing the mill levy against all these property owners. You
Then
start
we have to
taking the
have a
burden
sales
off the-
tax.
You start taking the burden of taxation off the property owner and you put it on the commercial scale. You put it on the commerce of your county. And that can be you, me, or Fred from Utah, and Tommy from Salt Lake City, and everybody else that spends $1 in your town. Most equitable tax there is.
Sales tax.
Is a sales tax.
I agree.
It's equitable for everybody.
I'm going to have to disagree again. You can get the sales tax too high. I'll give you a perfect example. And this is how simple it is, because I did the numbers. I pay $1,200 a year on my house. If you were to lower my property taxes by 1%, that's $12. If you was to do a 1% sales tax, which I've heard multiple people talk about why the sales tax is a good idea. If you did a 1% sales tax, and I go buy a $40,000 pickup, I just paid $400. My taxes just increased by $280.
But you don't have to buy that pickup truck. You can go buy you a used pickup truck for $895 and
that I can guarantee you, if you did the numbers, that everybody is spending more money in town than they are paying on their property taxes. I'll guarantee you.
Oh, I don't doubt that a bit.
So again, I'm back to, why does the government need more money when we're doing all right? Why don't we do this? Why don't we just lower all of the commercial property taxes?
I'm going to tell you why. Because here in another 15 or 20 years, you're going to have something in place to subsidize a Kinder Morgan operation, or you're going to cut your county services and everything you do in this county by 67%.
That's 20 years down the road.
Maybe 15.
Or 15.
Maybe 10.
It could be 10 years, and let me go on record here to tell you this, we just talked about our jail and our funding and so on and so forth, but we're dealing with all of the agencies in town receiving this sales tax, the city of Cortez, or town of Mancos, Dolores, so on and so forth, but we're dealing with the issues that they are creating for us within our jail and our county, and that's where the sales tax is fair. We can move within the mill levy.
It's a tax increase to your constituents.
No. We can move within the mill levies So that can go down, because right now, the property owners are paying the lion's share of that, and everybody else that's using it is not. So it's a discussion.
Oh,
I
yeah,
can see
it's
we're
a-
going
it's
to
just- it's a
agree to
discussion.
disagree.
If you get the sales tax too high and I can go buy a Ford in Farmington, Mexico for $2,000 less, then I'm going to go to Farmington. And then I just screwed Kazee Motor Company.
And there are also the exemptions that we can look at also.
So
there are exemptions within that.
Sure, there's food. and-
Numbers don't lie. All we got to do is look at the numbers. It's a tax increase.
Yeah, well, yeah, no doubt about it. But it's an equitable tax.
But the mill levy can be
Is
an adjustment
disproportionate.
within that,
Yeah.
that we can move.
I guess
It's-
when there's a need for a tax increase, but there's not a need. So
No,
why push it?
No, I say, I don't argue that. We're not in a position of need right now. We're not in a position of need. But the county's going to have to start positioning themselves one of these days, one of these years,
To take
for
care
that,
of
for that
15 years down
inevitable
the road.
time, this time is gonna come. And it will come. And,
I'll be sitting in my Airbnb on the
paying commercial property tax, paying commercial and lodger's tax.
Yeah, I'll be, all right. Sorry, guys, we
got off track. That's just our
Public
BS.
comment.
Yeah. Come on, Gayla, come tell us something.
I'm gonna come and ask you.
Oh dear, I don't like being asked questions. Grab the. Yeah, sorry, we didn't. I wish those microphones didn't backflow each other, but
How
they
does
do.
this work?
We need to get our eyes.
Okay. I had hoped to hear a report from one of you gentlemen about the discussion that I believe was going to take place at the Cortez City Council last Tuesday evening about Todd Plu's ruling that people that owned property within the city but lived outside the city had some interest in the issues that go on within the city. Unfortunately, I wasn't feeling very good, so I went home. I didn't go to the meeting, but I was hoping to get a report from that. Did any of you attend?
That was not brought up at all, and I think
okay.
that basically what we had talked about earlier, that it's just a designation of the neighborhood around the property that is being impacted. So,
It was more about who had a right to come and voice their opinions in regard to zoning questions, land use questions, who within the town limits or outside the town limits had any rights to come down and speak on those issues like the land use code. And I think that's what prompted the whole amping up of that, as there were people from way outside the town limits of Cortez talking about issues that were directly involved in the land use code of the city of Cortez. And I think that was more what
it was
Judge
to
Plu's
develop the neighborhood. What is
neighborhood
that?
of who was directly impacted by a given function of government or land use item or something that you didn't necessarily want somebody from McElmo Canyon speaking to an issue that happened out in Brookside subdivision.
Unless he owned
Unless he owned a
something in
property,
Brookside
exactly, unless he
subdivision.
owned a home there, or had residential rights there of some sort or another, correct? Yeah.
So
that did not come up. It was not in the work session and or at the council
Okay.
meeting, so it did not come up.
In that case, that's why there was no report. Thank you.
Yep, thanks, Gail.
Anybody else for public comment?
Gayla, you did very well.
Yep.
Boy, she was under the time, man, nice.
Well, and I wasn't talking most of the time.
We got each other riled up. You might as well come and
Keep pumping, pouring
Yeah.
some water or gas on the fire,
Yeah. All right, well, thank you,
Boy,
folks. Well,
yeah.
looking for a motion, commissioners.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
Motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.